Good evening. Welcome to the Design Review Committee meeting of April the 18th. I'd like to call the meeting to order. The DRC Design Review Committee is a subcommittee of Historic Zoning Commission. The meeting's informal and designed to guide applicants through the process of obtaining a certificate of appropriateness or COA for projects within the city's historic districts in light of the Historic District Design Guidelines. Applicant participation in DRC meetings is voluntary but highly recommended. Changes made or suggestions taken by the applicant based on discussions with the DRC are the applicant's choice, but the DRC makes no representation as to whether any changes or suggestions made during the meeting will be approved by the voting body, the Historic Zoning Commission. There are 10 items on this afternoon's agenda. When your item is called, please introduce yourself and generally describe your item in about 3 to 5 minutes. Focus on the specific points of the project that you want DRC to discuss. So we are ready now for our first item, which is discussion of new construction accessory at 324 3rd Avenue South. Brandon Hutchison, applicant. Victoria, why don't you go ahead and make some comments on what we approved last Monday at Historic Zoning meeting?
Yes,
as a
Mr.
refresher
Chair.
for all of us.
Yes, as a reminder, the Historic Zoning Commission did see this item last week. The approved items included the partial demolition of the principal structure and alterations to the principal structure, the raising of the roof line and the changing of the fenestration pattern were not included in that approval. The commission also approved the partial demolition of the historic outbuilding, that lean-to shed addition, as well as the relocation of the historic outbuilding. So today we are going to be discussing the new accessory structure, and I will turn it over to Mr. Hutchinson.
Okay, great. Mr. Hutchison, welcome. Oh,
There we go. Now.
sorry,
Better?
I
Do
didn't
I need
catch
to go back
that.
through all that?
We
Okay,
could hear
good.
you, but
Yeah,
they couldn't catch it on the audio.
perfect. Okay. So yeah, just looking for some, I guess, some guidance as far as what can be approvable and what we can do back there as far as for a, accessory type structure. So we wanted to have a garage and then, storage, with it, a potential extra bedroom, things like that.
Okay, is what's on the screen the
Yes, sir.
revised
This is the
version?
revised. So we had our architect just mock something up just so we could have, I guess, a discussion and get some guidance as far as direction. And so, like I say, the previous was just straight, kind of all the, the width. We flipped the building around as far as the part on the left side because it was longer and we made it deeper instead of longer. So that way, instead of being 58 feet wide, it's only 46 feet wide.
So the 12 feet has come in the, I'll call it the residential side, right?
Yes, sir. Uh-huh. So it's going to sit exactly on, I don't know if you guys still have the site plan from last week. It's going to sit in the exact same spot. It's just going to move a little bit, obviously, forward from that back fence.
Here you go, here you go. Now, that's the original, right?
Correct, yeah. So
Okay.
you see
Yeah,
on the bottom was the part that was going to be like the livable space, right? And the other side was going to be the garage. And so it's just going to move 12 feet closer to the fence to the left again. And the house sits on, the front left of the property. So again, less visibility than even before it was.
So the jog in the floor plan is gonna push the garage forward into the backyard a little further?
Just a little, yes, sir.
Yeah, just,
Yeah.
it's like 5,
Mhm.
6 feet, something like that. 6 feet?
And we
5 feet?
toyed a little bit with even trying to make the garage a little bit deeper, but we just wanted to get something to show you guys, as far as, because that seemed to be the consensus that we were hearing, is that the width in comparison to the width of the house was very wide. So that's why we just wanted to have something to open up the discussion.
Okay, comments from anyone?
What is the height compared to the height of the house?
Should be on this. I left the site plan back there. Do you have it on? It should be on the other site plan. It's the same height as it was before. So I think it's what, like a,
17 feet and 6 inches.
okay.
And the house?
The house is 18 feet and 6.25 inches.
And the rear addition to the house?
The rear addition is going to sit lower than the ridge line of the main part of the house.
So with the
I know,
submittal,
so is it going to be lower than this building?
so we do need clarification on this. We would like clarification. This configuration we just received this afternoon, it's not exactly the same height as what was submitted before, because what was submitted before was even height all the way across. You have a bump up here, and so we would need the height of both sections in comparison to the main ridge of the historic part of the house and then the ridge of the addition. We would like this to be comparable or shorter than the addition, if at all possible.
Well, I'm looking at the original, and it shows 17.6 for the garage height. And that what I guess would be the bedroom looks lower, so it almost looks like you flipped the roof line. Is that what you've done? You
Yeah,
flipped
we
the-
flipped it, so it'll still be 17.6 on the residential part, and then the garage part will be a little bit lower.
Okay.
Okay.
Whereas before, the residential part was lower and the garage
Correct. And
was
we're
higher.
fine with flipping it either way. We just wanted to get something, like I say, to figure out some direction as far as what we could get approvable.
Well, the other question is the grounds, well, I think all the house is a ground square footage, but the square footage of the house compared to this building.
And so this is just below 1,400 total square feet, and the house is going to be 3,400.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that top horizontal line that I'm seeing, is that the top of the residential part, or is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
So is this going to be a two-story or a
No,
story and a half?
it's a one-story. It just we wanted, she architecturally just wanted to make it a little bit taller there.
All right.
Just to break it up a little bit.
To me, I agree.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just want to make sure we.
And we would do the same thing on the back, because I know we talked about that last time, just from the back angle, like from the neighbors behind. We would do the same thing just to break it up.
Well, and by making the residential part deeper and pulling that garage forward, you're not gonna have that one singular wall like you had before, I
Right.
guess. Is there a reason you pulled the garage so close to the front?
The architect honestly pulled it more forward than we wanted to. Like I said, we'd like to take the garage back about half of this distance, because just to make the garage a little bit deeper, but just, so we still have a substantial difference as far as the width, but just make it a little deeper.
Oh, so you're saying not move the existing square footage back, actually make the garage bigger?
Just a little bit, yeah. If we could
Okay.
get it like 2 feet deeper, so it'd be a little closer than that offset. But again, we're open on that.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments?
I've got a couple comments. I know this is preliminary, but looking at the floor plan and the shape of the roof, I think what we're going to find on the side elevations is that 30-foot-8 dimension, it's going to be one pretty long and shallow gable, and it's sort of an atypical shape, because usually when we have a long rectangle, you're trying to span the short distance, because, lumber and things like that come in certain sizes. So while from the front in this image, I think is a good improvement on where you guys started, I'm curious to see the sides and how that roof line really gets elongated, which we're not seeing here, but I based on what I'm seeing in the upper picture, that left side elevation is gonna be one.
Tyler, the roof line on the garage part,
On the residential part.
on the residential part,
Yeah.
got it.
Because it's 30 feet deep, and it's pitching from the front door to the back, which means it's gonna be shallow and really long. And so that neighbor's gonna be looking at a,
Well, I think that's why
Really
she
long.
did that initial, the small gable there.
Yeah.
To help offset it so it doesn't look awkwardly there, you know, and we can get some dimensions, obviously, if that's, you know, if this is an approvable, or we feel like it's in the direction of an approvable plan, we can
Yeah.
get those specific dimensions
but
of that.
the undulation in the floor plan's good. It allows you to break it into some smaller pieces, which I think holds up to the house a little better. Because the house is just a composition of kind of smaller masses with the one main mass, whereas this was one big main mass before. I think that was what was the issue. And I think what you've done is good in breaking it into pieces. I'm not convinced that the roof's just right yet. We'd have to see the other sides, but I would mention it to your architect that we were concerned that the sides might be really big, long gables again, that might not be in keeping with the house and the neighbors.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask Tyler, as an architect, do you feel like pitching that front up over the door, do you feel like, is there in your mind, another way to recommend doing that?
I mean, I don't mind that, and
Okay.
that's certainly an appropriate thing to do. You know, that, and I'm not gonna
Okay.
play their architect either. But there's ways to make that roof even longer and come over the front of that smaller window. You could have a front-facing gable that goes across the first garage door, and that ridge that's over the front door right now is just short. It runs into the other roof behind it. It could run all the way to the back, which would bring the scale down against the neighbor too. So
Right.
there's some different, and like I said, this is preliminary. I don't want to
Yeah,
be
she did
judgmental
this,
of it because
she
this
did
is.
this over the weekend for
Yeah,
us.
so it's like, just giving you some
Okay.
constructive feedback was make sure
Yeah.
that in the floor plan, it's broken into smaller pieces, which is good. In the elevation, I'm not seeing as much of that reflected yet, but I think you're headed in the right direction.
So I just had a comment or a question. It has to do with the location of the garage. So currently, it sits a little forward of the back wall of your living space. And then it leaves you with almost 6 feet at the very back. And, you know, that's a lot of space. I don't know what you maybe for storage. What were you thinking as far as bringing that in front of the living space, rather than making it go set back behind the living space in the wall,
Are you talking about the garage portion?
the garage
Are
portion?
you, and you mean the space behind, like closer to the back neighbors? Is that
That's
what you-
right, like
Okay.
there's a lot of space in there.
Yeah. So like I said, I would like to scoot the garage back some, like to move it back some in comparison to what she has here. So
But you're
prob-
talking about enlarging it rather than taking the whole thing and moving it
Yeah, I
back.
would like to move the whole thing back, and then, like I said, only enlarge it just a little, like maybe make it a foot to 2 feet deeper, just so it'd be a little bit deeper bays, but I would like to move the whole thing back a little, so it's a little closer, based on this. That was kind of our feedback, you know, just seeing what she preliminarily threw together.
And stylistically, I think that the way that the eave sticks out actually over the gable of the living space, if you had all that kind of behind, or at least recessed behind it, I think it would improve it visually.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment too. To your point, Mr. Lassiter, I think right now you need to decide whether the garage has more importance or the house part has more importance. Because right now, the garage roof line is forward of the house part. So to Mr. Lassiter's point, pushing the garage back would give the residence side a little bit more of a balance or presence to the whole look of it. So I think you need to decide which one plays more importance.
Okay.
Staff had considered that perhaps the garage could have more significance, and the lower roof line on the living quarters could give it the appearance of being an addition to the garage, which would be more in keeping with what you see historically or retrofitted in our community. So that's just a thought. But that would require the garage being forward of the living space sitting a little further back, and the roof line being lower.
And I do think, to Ms. Pierce's comment, I think it'd be helpful for us to know what the ridge line is on the back of the home.
Okay.
Just for comparison purposes to this, because, that is I think that does weigh in.
Sure, that was the architect's initial comments, that we would just have it match as far as the offset from the garage and the living space, match the front, minus the gable that comes towards the house.
Okay. But-
Historically, we've been looking for something lower than.
Subservient, yeah, to the main home.
Oh, yeah, to the main
So,
home, right,
yeah,
absolutely.
Right.
Is this more in line with what recommendation is as far as like the width of this now compared to where we were before?
And just, yeah, as a point of clarification, I think you said it was 1,400 square feet. And doing the math here, you're around 1,220. I think 1,400 was the old one, so it's 180 square feet less than it was, which makes me happier.
But it's 12-foot lineally less in width,
Yes.
the overall. That was, I think that was your question.
Right, because I think that
Yes.
seemed to be a sticking point last week
Yes,
in the
it was.
conversation. Right.
It was.
In comparison to the house, so.
Yes,
I think the width looks a lot better.
yes.
Okay.
Yes,
That's much
It
better.
looks like a carriage house.
Right.
Instead of another house, and
Okay.
just better.
Okay, anybody else got anything? All right, we're
Thank you
onward and
all.
upward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Brandon.
Thanks for the quick turn.
All right, our next item is discussion of alterations utilities placement at 231 Public Square.
Hello, I'm Lance Gregory, I'm with Ellington. We manage 231.
Hit that button on the mic there.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm Lance Gregory with Ellington, and we're the management company for 231 Public Square.
Okay, would you comment on,
So we have leasable space that's in the basement of this building, and we have no cell phone service whatsoever in the basement. So I've met with Modern Electric, and they proposed doing this cell phone booster, which would ask us to put a small antenna on the side of the building, which would be the east side facing City Hall, and which would help improve that cell phone signal in the basement. We talked about doing it on the roof, but the company said the further it gets away from the basement, it loses the strength of the cell signal. It just has to be facing towards cell phone towers, which are north. So that's why they want to put it on the east corner of the back side of the building.
okay.
How big is it?
It is like 9.5 inches tall and about 2.5 inches in diameter, so it's about that big.
Looks like a wall sconce.
Yeah.
Make it light up, and we'll love it even more.
Anybody got any comments?
Is it white? Does it have to be white?
It's white and silver.
Staff would just say that this, we don't feel that this reaches the threshold for us to be able to administratively approve it, which is why we asked the applicant to bring it before the DRC tonight for your feedback.
Okay.
To Ms. Markworth's question, could it be painted, could the white be painted like a brown or the color of the brick?
You know what, I'd have to find out. I'm not 100% sure on that.
That would help to, just
Just to
to,
hide it,
yeah,
yeah.
disguise it.
And then, when you come to the Historic Zoning Commission meeting, it would also be helpful, I think, to have a picture of the installation of that on another brick building of a similar kind of
Yes, ma'am.
brick, if possible.
that's good.
Anything else, Kathy?
You have a big circle, where is it gonna go exactly?
They just said
In the
somewhere in
circle?
that vicinity on that corner.
On the corner.
Yeah, back towards that back corner. It'd be in between the second and third floor windows.
Could you come to the next meeting with an exact location?
Yes, ma'am.
So part of the reason that staff could not approve this administratively is because the guidelines recommend that modern utilities be screened from street view. While this is on the lesser visible elevation of this building, which is positioned at a corner lot, rear elevation facing the parking lot, the elevation shown on the screen facing City Hall. Its location at the second floor renders it still pretty visible from public rights-of-way. And because it's not being screened in any way, it was not something we felt comfortable approving administratively because it does not meet the intent of the guidelines. I had suggested it being lower. You can see mechanical screening screened below or behind the parapet wall at the top, but the applicant indicated that was not feasible for this project. So I just wanted to give some clarification as to why this was not meeting the intent of the design guidelines from staff's perspective.
Anything else?
Does anybody
Okay.
feel,
What?
to give them some guidance on placement, would you rather them be on pilasters or in the panels beneath the windows? If you had to pick.
I think it's dependent on where it needs to be to get the reception
Yeah.
with the cell tower.
Yeah.
Well, since you're asking,
Well, there,
pilasters.
yeah, well, there's pilasters there, and it's typical to see something sconce sized on the pilaster, but there's already light fixtures that's going to cast a shadow too. So I keep thinking, well, maybe we don't want it on the pilaster because it's going to be more obvious at night. I don't know. Anyways, just a dumb comment.
For
From
me,
me,
the
sorry.
color is
Yeah.
the thing I would love to see focused on, if it could be, you know, a dark color to match the windows. I think it'll go away.
Staff wondered if it could be more interior to that facade. Could it be recessed even closer toward the middle of that facade, or is that location really where it has to be in order to work for you?
That was the location that they picked. They said they would get the best reception, other than going on the back side of the building.
And when you say backside of the building,
To the right of that yellow circle.
Facing the parking lot.
So Victoria is
facing the
going
parking lot.
to show that it's that facade that faces the parking lot.
well, might that be a better facade for it? If you get the best reception on that facade?
Yeah, I think what it was is where they were gonna have to go through a chase. It was keeping it further from the equipment in the basement. He was just trying to keep it as close without running a longer coax cable. He said the longer the coax cable, the signal gets weaker. So he was trying to go as close as he possibly could, but still go as high as he could.
So staff would like you to keep in mind that this is likely something that we'll see in the future pretty often for buildings. It's very important that the commission consider the guidelines and placement specifically, because this could be a request for any building, whether it's a historic building or a non-historic building. This building has limited facade recession because it's situated at a corner lot with a lot of visibility of each facade. It may be easier on some buildings that have a very clear rear facade that is not as publicly accessible, but we caution that, you know, you take care in considering that this is not specific to this building. This request could be for a multitude of buildings moving forward.
So given that with staff, what would staff recommend on facade, the rear facade or the one that faces the city hall?
We would recommend the one that faces City Hall. That my question about recessing it toward the center of the facade still stands. I would like to hear more from the applicants, your team, as to whether or not that's feasible, just because it helps better meet the intent of the guidelines for screening. Being on this corner, it's still fairly visible from street views. But we do agree that color is a major indicator in what is visible and what's not visible. If it were more of a bronze color, I think that would fade away pretty nicely, regardless of where it's placed.
Okay, anything else? I think so. The big thing that I've heard is exact placement when you come back, and then about the color.
Okay,
Then I think we got it from there.
all right,
Thanks.
thank you. Thank you.
All right, our next item is discussion of signage at 302 Public Square. Mary Slater. Staff, you got any opening comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So The applicant is bringing forth a proposal for signage at Public Square. Typically, these could be administratively approved, however, due to the height of the sign on the building, we wanted it to come before the DRC to get feedback. Usually, signs are not placed above the second floor windows, and the guidelines would recommend against wall signs being placed this high up. The Historic Zoning Commission did previously approve signage above the second floor windows for Fifth Third Bank at 230 Public Square and F&M Bank at 320 Public Square. However, again, this is out of the reach for administrative approval, which is why we asked the applicant to come forth today.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi.
Be sure your mic's on, just hit that button.
I think it is.
Thanks.
So hi, I'm Mary Slater. I work at Fourth Capital. This is Brian Heinrichs. We just wanted to come and we are opening up a new branch location, obviously on the square down here in Franklin. We are based out of Nashville. Our headquarters is in Nashville. We've got an office in Cool Springs as well. So very excited to be coming to downtown Franklin. We just wanted some guidance on our signage location. We have, as you can see, there's the tree in front of the building there. So we wanted to find a good spot that obviously kept in line with the aesthetic of the square, but also was visible for our signage location. So that was where we felt like we would like to place it if possible.
And then you've got a wall projecting sign too, right?
And we have a blade sign down below that will go towards the lower part of the building.
One or two of them, or those
Just
two
one.
Okay.
Just one. There's a couple different options of what we might, in terms of
Okay,
design, but just one of them.
okay. Comments?
Can you pull up a picture of the Fifth Third?
That's what I was thinking.
We're happy to pull that up. And
Thank you.
I worked on both those projects, and I wanted to remind you all that the commission did approve higher level signage on those two buildings because of the lack of band sign location on those buildings. So Victoria will be pulling those up in just a moment, but what you'll see is that at Fifth Third Bank, there is a canopy that covers the area of the sidewalk outside the bottom floor. And so there is no band location at which to put that sign. You can see that on the screen here. And then if you flip around to the opposite side of the square where F&M Bank is located, there too is a canopy that made it difficult. Now, part of that canopy has since been removed because it was failing, but at the time there was a canopy below it that extended around and wrapped around that corner where Victoria's cursor is, and that limited the placement of signage as well. So that is the reason that I recall that those signs were approved where they are located. The applicant is asking for something similar, though the building does not have similar circumstances.
Ms. Hensley, could you pull in on that F&M Bank photograph as well? And it's between the windows, not above, correct, if I'm seeing that?
That's correct.
Okay.
The guidelines recommend not placing wall signage above the second floor window sills. And then if it is I believe, placed higher on the building than the bottom floor, there is a limitation on sizing that is more significant than what it is on the bottom floor. Part of that is for scale and for lessening alterations to upper facades.
I believe it's 9 square feet if it's above.
Yes.
Okay.
Is what is depicted in what was brought before us, is that the correct sizing at the 9 square feet? So that's reading larger than would be permitted?
Well, I'll just say, I think it's extraordinarily too high. I think if you're putting something higher, this is a pedestrian mainly area, and when you're driving, I don't even think you can get that angle. I'm not sure I think it's effective.
And the other difference is the
the history of those buildings, would you say that there is a difference historically in the age of the Fifth Third versus this one? Or are they both historically contributing to the same degree?
They're all historically contributing to a significant degree. I don't have the information that I can recollect right
Sure.
now as to the age of those specific ones. I know the oldest building on Public Square is the one to the left of the subject building, the red brick building here. Mr. Laster might know offhand, but I wouldn't suggest that one is less significant than the other, but the architectural style of the buildings is what forced the other ones to be placed a little higher than this one. When I say band location, what I mean is that that cornice area that's just above the transom. Victoria, if you could put that back up on the subject building, please. You see the area where there's banding right above the transom and the storefront windows? Victoria, could you put the cursor on that, please? That is considered a band sign location. It's very typical of buildings. You can see the building next door, for example, doesn't have a flat facade on which to put a sign, so it was approved to be right above that band sign location, but again, below the second floor window sills. There, on the building to the right of it was a similar situation in which I believe might precede my time here, but that location was placed a tiny bit over the second floor windowsills because the architecture did not lend itself to having something lower. So all the buildings are historically significant in the same respect, more than likely, but in the architectural style of the building is really what drives the appropriate location of signage.
Yeah, the Magley Realty Company sign to me looks very similar to the F&M signage. Is that any idea of the square footage on that Magley Realty? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. It's not.
I don't have that on the top of my head, but I would imagine that it was designed to meet that guideline recommendation of 9 square feet.
Okay,
It does look like it's no larger than that.
yeah.
If we were to do something similar in the middle there, would that be permitted, similar to the Magley?
Yeah, I think part of the issue too, not to chime in, but, and that picture doesn't show it, but that's a pretty full tree. It happens to be right, and it's only in front of the building we're going into.
Right.
So anything on that space or that lower space for 6-8 months out of the year would not have any visibility whatsoever.
But if it's on the windows or somewhere, the tree really doesn't spread out till you get high.
Correct, on the lower windows, I would agree with that.
I
Well,
agree with Ms.
oh, excuse me,
Pierce.
go ahead.
Just that, I agree with Ms. Pierce that it's dramatically high in comparison to the rest of the buildings on the square.
Well, I think the objective here is to get some visibility. And coming in
Right.
Third Avenue, you will get visibility at that location, where it's placed there. I think it's a very clean look on it. I think it's appropriate for that space on that building to get what they want to get. And so I don't really have a problem with it.
Well,
I-
I'll give the counterpoint to that.
Okay.
Then you're setting a new standard for
I
how
don't think so. I don't think I
tall
am, Mary.
signs are. I'm just saying what my thought is on how tall signs are downtown, and I can't support it, so.
What I would love to see, because I hear you on the tree screening, but those branches are going right up in front of Fourth on that as well, the word Fourth. And when you're from ground level and that tree's full, I'd love to see coming back with whatever you apply for, the proposed signage meeting the requirement, the sizing requirement, because it is smaller if you're going to go up. And I'd love to see an image with the leaves on the tree. Because I think my concern for you all is, even if it's something we approve, that tree's going to continue to grow, and then you're going to have a real pretty sign that you aren't going to be able to see anyway, and certainly from street view. So
Yeah, appreciate that feedback.
especially when you get it to the right size.
I would say, and I know we looked at it quickly, but the Fifth Third sign is the same height, if not higher, and also blue in color. And so this would, we're not breaking new ground in the square in terms of height and what the sign looks like.
I agree with you.
You
And I
think
I think
Fifth
also
Third's is high?
Yeah, it's that high.
Okay.
And also, the F&M Bank, not only do they have the one that faces, that was shown in the picture, but they've got it on Main Street too. It's the same size, and it's pretty good size for those two locations. It's not as high, not quite as high as Fourth Capitol, but I think it's pretty good size, two of them.
Well, I think, knowing that would help. I still think I think it, in my mind, it doesn't do what we're trying to do downtown to make things, I just don't think it does,
Yeah,
so.
and I think we're setting a precedent for the remainder of those buildings too.
Well, wait a minute.
On height.
But staff, talk to me on square footage that you're looking up there. It would meet the square footage. It would not? It's one square foot per lineal foot of building?
If it's above the second floor windows, then it is limited to 9 square feet.
9 square feet.
Right, that's what,
Yeah.
it's gonna be
So
so
the
much
guidelines
smaller.
are written to really recommend against placing signage on upper floors. The reason it's 9 square feet is for anyone that has like a office upstairs separate from the use below, could have a window sign that is, 9 square feet, which is typically proportional to window and not, obscuring the window in any way. There are multiple opportunities for signage on this building. The applicant could consider a large window sign. There are windows that would allow for that in the storefront. Although staff cannot support it, there is an option to do something similar to the building next door as well, although I understand that doesn't meet the applicant's intent. So staff will not be able to support any sort of rendition that's above the second floor window strictly because the guidelines recommendations. The guidelines, again, recommend that specifically to try to limit upper facade signage because it's not a typical location for signage in our downtown area.
And I agree with Ms. Markward and Ms. Pierce. And what I would like to see when you do come back before the board is maybe have thought about window signage and the sign ban above it, and just give us some examples of what you might be happy with, if you were to do that. It just gives the board something else to go on.
The sign band, is that the three sections in between?
It would be.
And it cannot cross those sections, is that right? The transoms?
Are they,
They're not transoms as far as I can tell. There is a transom that Victoria will point out with a cursor right here. Well, you're going kind of high. I want you to show where the cursor is, or the transom is exactly. Just above that whole area there. Everything above that is a band area.
So the guidelines, couple questions for staff, I think. A banner sign that goes in that location, I think, is Mary, right? Mary mentioned, are you allowed to go over the divisions there? As long as it meets the size requirements?
Staff would not approve that administratively, but it's certainly something that we would encourage the applicant to bring to you if that's something you would support.
And then these fin signs that are on here, sort of changing subject a little bit.
No, that's good. I think we
They're-
need to.
Are they allowed to be illuminated with
No.
white LEDs interior? Because that's what
No.
it says.
There's not allowed and not allowed. The guidelines recommend or not recommend. They do not recommend internally lit signage. We do not have any downtown with the exception of the historic signage. They are permitted to be, per guidelines, up to 4.5 square feet in sign face. And they can be on both sides of the arm. So what they're showing could be supported if it meets the size and it is not illuminated.
Yeah, I just
You
wanna
would
bring
need
it
to know
up.
exactly where it's proposed to go, however.
Yeah, I'd like to see a location, and then I I probably couldn't get behind lighting it if nobody else in town has a lit sign. I
No,
mean,
they're
I know we
not.
can find some examples, but by and large, there aren't any.
We haven't approved any signs like that lit.
Yeah. But the
The
format's
design
fine,
is
I think.
fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep thinking if there's some middle ground where we could do that size sign, as in your rendering, but across the banner area, and maybe it's stood off in front of the columns so you could see through them. Might be a good middle ground that staff says they can't encourage, but that would maybe be a middle ground where we don't feel like it's too high. In my mind, from a 30,000-foot view, signage is one of those things that is temporary. We don't want to take away from our downtown area, but you all could sell this thing in 2 years and take it down, and it doesn't hurt the architecture of the building. And so, with that being said, I can be a little more lenient, but I kind of agree with what a lot of people have said, that it is high. It's a prominent place. I don't know that it's going to accomplish what you want because of the tree anyways, but it can't be that big anyways. So if there's some middle ground where we can use the banner space and you can show us some options, maybe that might make us all happier and be something you all might be, in the long run, more visible with.
Well, we appreciate the feedback. I mean, I think our thought was, there's 2 financial institutions within half a block that both have signs that high.
Well,
And so that's sort of where we came
but
up
they're
with
hitting
the
the
idea.
windows at a different spot, and it's giving them in my mind, a very different look. So,
Fair enough. We'll go back to the drawing board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next item, number 4, discussion of alterations driveway walkway at 209 2nd Avenue South. Gary Mathena.
So my name is Jared Johnson. I'm representing Gary.
I'm sorry, Gary.
This is on. My name is Jared Johnson. I'm representing Gary today. He's unable to be here.
Does staff have any comments on this at first? I think most of us know the property.
Staff's comments would just be that the applicant is looking to replace the materials in this driveway from loose pea gravel over to a pea gravel aggregate concrete, which is appropriate per the guidelines. They're also proposing to create a 3-foot wide sidewalk down the side of the house, which you can kind of see illustrated here. And this would effectively widen the driveway by 2 feet. So just for the applicant to know, to take back to the owners, we would need to know if the widening of the driveway would still meet the 5-foot side yard setback. It's not in the drawing, but we understand that it was just a sketch and not drawn to scale.
Okay.
Staff would also note that sidewalks typically would not hit the side of the house, so where the sunroom is here. Staff would recommend having some type of green space or separation from the sidewalk and the house, which can be better seen here. We would want some green space to remain. Thank you.
Any comments?
So, yeah, I think, I don't know if y'all have been by that house, but the pea gravel is very deep. So when you pull a vehicle in there, you actually sink down a little bit. And so what Gary is trying to do, Mr. Mathena, he's trying to replicate what his neighbor has and what the neighbor across the street has as well, to keep with the consistency there and actually, create a more stable surface. Along with when they take the trash cans out, because there's no sidewalk, it tracks a lot of mud onto the main sidewalk out in front of the house, and it's very difficult to get that in and out. So that's what the walkway on the side of the house would be for.
Okay, any comments?
Are sidewalks required to have the 5-foot setback as well?
That is something we're checking with Building and Neighborhood Services to confirm. At this point, we want to make sure that the driveway does not, it should not be wider than the apron at the location where it meets the apron. So you can see on the screen here, it is wider than that existing apron. It needs to tie back in to align with the apron as it meets that. That's more typical what you see in the area. But as far as the sidewalk, I just will reiterate what Ms. Hensley said. We would recommend that it have some space between the proposed sidewalk and the enclosed porte-cochere, because that would be more typical and would be better for the historic home.
Absolutely.
So green space between the sidewalk and the sunroom.
Yes. I tend to agree with staff on that, even if, and that's what I was getting, really need to find out if the sidewalk has to be 5 feet off, because the sidewalk can move over a little bit, the driveway could stay 5 feet set back, and then, you know, if you need to curve in another, kind of address the apron issue to curve back to hit the sidewalk at the same width, then that obviously needs to be done too, but I don't see any issues.
Show that picture again, will you? Yeah, all right, let's talk about it from there.
Well, Mr. Chair, if it were pavers, it would not read like a sidewalk.
Good, that's a
So
good point.
I would recommend it be out of a different material.
So I'm trying to understand, so we're seeing the aggregate that you've got with the drive. Is that what is currently 12 feet? So your drawing, is that showing what's there now? Or will?
Yes, I believe it's 12 feet currently. I don't believe it was widening the driveway. Let me check what he wrote. I apologize.
And so
Yeah.
were you wanting to put in concrete in this area?
So he wants to put an aggregate with the same pea gravel.
But in
and I-
concrete?
Yeah, I believe the intent was to keep the driveway the same and put a walkway to the back, but not to widen the driveway.
In the narrative description for this application, the applicant indicated that by adding the 3-foot sidewalk, it would effectively widen the driveway by 2 feet.
In the, but not in this? It did?
And the reason for that is, and speaking with Mr. Medina, the driveway is as wide as his vehicle, more or less. And so if he doesn't widen the driveway, then he's not able to pull the trash can next to the car. That was my understanding from my conversation with him. But our concern as staff is that, you know, if it is wider, it needs to align with the apron, where it meets the apron. And it needs to meet the zoning requirement for the setback from the property line.
And I'm correct. I need to stand corrected. It would widen it 2 feet.
So currently it's 10 feet?
Yes, sir.
So would staff object to a brick sidewalk or pavers or something like that, rather than having it concreted?
It's not typical for sidewalks to run parallel in that close a proximity to a driveway, but we do believe as staff that if this consideration were to be made by the commission, that it should be a different material so that it felt like a more typical width driveway, and that it felt more like a sidewalk adjacent to it. So whether that's brick or stone or pavers, I think that's for the commission to weigh in on. I would recommend pulling from the materials that you already see prevalent on the property, which is primarily stone.
I thought the applicant said that the gravel aggregate is something that is consistent with
It is.
other homes there.
Yeah, just right next door and then across the street, they both have aggregate driveways.
Yeah.
And it would look very similar to that,
Yeah.
almost identical.
I mean, I would favor, just out of context, that it be that material.
Yeah.
The one that you're proposing.
Correct,
Is
yeah.
my opinion.
Oh, I just want to clarify, Ms. Marquardt, I'm not suggesting that the driveway be a different material than what's proposed, but if it were to need to be widened to accommodate, you know, the applicant's request, that it be a sidewalk that's a different material
Oh,
than
okay.
the driveway.
Understood.
I apologize for the
No, that's
confusion.
okay.
I think that's what Mr. Laster was
Yeah.
Okay,
implying.
so
Like
if it
brick or
stays
paver
the
stones.
same, wait a minute, if it stays the same width as it is now, which is 10 feet, and then you have a 2-foot
Yes.
sidewalk of different material, that would
Yes.
comply. So,
It's more in keeping with the
And
Okay.
hopefully, it wouldn't be concrete.
Yeah, yes.
This particular lot is fully developed.
No
It
question.
reads
And
as
we've-
fully developed.
Yeah.
So softness is important, how it reads on the ground.
that's right. And we've spent a lot of time with this property.
Yes, sir.
So-
But in a good, in a
Yeah.
good way.
In a
Yeah,
good
no, it's a
way.
beautiful
It's nice.
property.
It really looks
Yeah.
nice.
I do, just clarification, so when you say a different material, are you can you go, are you talking about a different material all the way down to the existing sidewalk by the road?
Yep.
And not to widen the drive by 12 feet, but to
Yeah.
make it the
Visually.
10.
You can have the 2 extra feet, but that's just a different material that runs down the left side.
Okay,
That's what I'm hearing.
that's what I'm hearing too, so it would
Okay.
effectively widen that area to a total of 12 feet, correct? It would be 10 feet driveway, 2
foot-
feet, or
We'll
3,
call sidewalk.
yeah,
So
sidewalk, walkway.
what staff is envisioning with your comments, and again, we have to verify with Building and Neighborhood Services if
Right.
the sidewalk can be closer than 5 feet from the property line.
Right.
We just would need to know where that property line is, and I think that due to the amount of work that was done on the property previously, someone should have a property survey in hand already to be able to help us with that.
Yeah.
But all that to say, you can see that there is a stone ledge or border kind of holding in that gravel. We would envision that stays because that's what Mr. Mathena wants. And then on the other side of that is a sidewalk of a different material. So it's very, very
Yeah,
clear.
right.
There's a driveway and there's the border for the driveway and then there's a material to the left of it that functions as a sidewalk.
So
Anybody
next
got any other
steps?
comments? Are you good?
Well, so that's what I would take back to the owner, is that you're recommending the driveway stay the same, aggregate is okay, no widening the driveway, and if we can get approved, a sidewalk or walkway, it's a different material.
Yes,
Understood.
Keep the sidewalk off the house.
yeah. Path.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready now for a discussion of alteration storefront and masonry at 412 Main Street, Chisel Workshop.
Hello.
Good evening. Staff, you got any opening comments?
I just want to remind everyone that this item was seen at the previous DRC meeting in March. The DRC recommended that the applicant come back with a proposal that is a bit more in keeping with the narrative that you see up and down the street, that doesn't necessarily reinforce that these buildings are two distinct buildings, but one building with two different storefronts, if I recall. So I'll turn it over to Ms. McCurry.
Good evening.
Hello. So if you recall from the last meeting, we kind of went through the history of this particular building. It was a livery stable. It did have historically, you can scroll down through those. You can keep going. We don't have to go through all that again.
Page 10, probably.
So page 10. So historically, in the top left, it did have a big central arch along the center of what used to be a really long building. As you remember, we were keeping with the arch theme on the last one and was proposing a storefront with 3 separate arches. So really just taking into consideration the comments, you know, we do have a second floor we've adopted as part of this with some window pattern that's a little bit wider than what was there through the past and the different iterations. So realizing that we need to make some changes, you can continue on with some of that. Looking at this concept, Ben, I'll let you take it from here.
Okay. I think it's important to remember that this project really has been stripped of all its historic character that was there before. Really, all that remains is kind of the structure behind the facade. The brick that's there now was really kind of put up in the probably 70s, I think, from what we can tell. Really, there's no detailing left for it, and you can tell from the earlier pictures, even the 1930-ish facade that's there was really just something created in that same time period. If you look from the 80s even, it's got kind of a white beadboard type of thing. So really what we want to do is take a lot of the memory that was the original building with the arch and things like that, and kind of pay homage to that with this facade, as well as make it so that it is consistent and coherent with the rest of downtown, right? So we've got that kind of a more squared window profile that we've tried to add in, kind of more of the patterning that's traditional with downtown, corbelling and things like that. Really, and some of that we've actually pulled from historic precedent pictures from this property, and the corbelling design. So really, that's kind of where we headed with this one. We tried to center up things, knowing again that we've inherited the upper floor, and really that's not really part of the purview of this project as much as maybe we would like to redo the whole facade. That's just not part of what's the undertaking right now. Potentially for the future that may happen with a different owner or some other thing, we don't know. So we're trying to really set up the property to really improve this part of the block and give it kind of a new life that it doesn't have right now. And I think one thing to consider with this as well, because it is really this and the Waltons property that is adjacent, that really traditionally or historically was one large building, right? And so, but there's other precedent downtown, which I think is really nice, is the one, if you go to page 15 and 16, it's the building with the grilled cheesery and things like that. Really that, the white building and the brown brick or the red brick building, that is one big building, right? It's got 3 separate storefronts on it, and really, but if you zoom in and look at it, the detailing is consistent. It's just been painted differently. They put paint marks kind of separating those two things, and really, I think it adds a lot of interest to the downtown facade. And if you look at the streetscape in itself, really, we're not consistent with paint or brick, right? It's kind of a mix of buildings have been painted or the brick remains over time and things like that. And I think with our property, we're kind of offering the idea of painting the facade of this brick, since it's not a historic brick in the sense that it was what was originally there, right? It's kind of a cheap reproduction. Basically, in the 70s, they did the cheapest modern architecture they could possibly afford, probably. So we're trying to, give these buildings kind of separate identities to some extent, because really they are separate buildings in how they are divided and act now. So that's what we'd love for you to consider that as you look at the project.
Okay, comments?
Well, I'd love to give some comments on the guidelines. We do have the proposal from last DRC I'd love to share in relation to this one. So you can see on the screen what the applicant's proposing today. I'm going to ask Victoria to flip over so you can see the previous submittal. You can see them side by side, which is really fun. But you can see some of the comments that were brought up by the DRC last time is what the McRae's hit on. The purview or scope of this project doesn't include the upper floor, and what you're seeing in the previous DRC submittal, which is at the right of the screen, is that because of that, there is a perceived disconnect between the upper facade and the lower facade of the building, which would not be how you would see a historic building, which is all planned at the same time. So the applicant was asked to kind of consider that upper facade, even though it has been altered, so that the whole facade feels more holistic. You also see that to the right of the facade, there is what we call stairwell access. There is a door that serves a stairwell that goes right up to the second floor. So that has to be accounted for with the new plan. So we do feel that the proposed plan on the left is much more in keeping with the intent of the guidelines and with the DRC comments than what was seen previously. I just thought it'd be helpful to see those side by side. Also wanted to note that as a professional, I'm never a fan of painting brick. It's not good for brick to be painted from a functional standpoint, especially historic brick. Because this is a 70s building, I'd like to know more, if we could, about the age, that sweet spot area where things could be considered historic potentially. Without that, I don't know if staff can support painting the brick or not. There are instances, as the McRae's noted, on the street where buildings have been separated by brick. I don't know if that was something that preceded historic zoning or not, but it is not generally healthy for brick to be painted. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners?
I'd like to see a picture of the building as it stands today. Please.
Sure, let me see if that's in the submittal here.
Yeah, it should be in
Right
page
there.
4.
Okay. And you're
So you can see,
saying,
you can see that door here. It's harder to see on this photo, but that access door is something that the applicants are trying to maintain at that location, because right behind that door is a stairwell that goes straight up to the upper floor. And that's the only means on the front facade to access that upper floor, which is a different business.
I'm wondering how that arch fits the context of the buildings around it. I mean, I understand that you're looking back to historic pictures and that this might be a golden opportunity in many ways.
Well, and I think that there are a lot of arches in downtown Franklin. There's quite a few. Yeah, and right across the street even is Binks, that has an arch as well. And for us, it's really just taking back to some of that historic and that history of when it was created as the livery. There's a quote in there from the Tennessean of when that was built, and it was built to be an ornament and a showcase to Main Street, this particular site that we're on. And so for now, as it's been stripped down year by year, really decade by decade, it's gone through several transformations. A lot of that character is gone. So the storefront that's there now was probably most likely built in the 80s. The brick detailing and some of the renovations that's done on the interiors was done in the 70s, as best we can tell. And so for us, it was really what, the interest in the story of the historic with the livery stable, and knowing that some of those pieces still exist on the interior, it's really strong. We have the building itself was not torn down. There's pieces of the interior that remain from that time period. It's really unique because it would have been, a giant arcade through it. And on that second floor, we actually see on the inside of our building, only about 10 feet off from McCreary's Pub to the left is the old siding. So we have pieces and remnants of when this building was originally constructed in the late 1800s on the inside. So we're looking to, pay honor to that too with the exterior and the storefront.
I mean, you could go back and say that really this building was probably one of the first arches in downtown in that area, right? And so we're really just, everybody else copied this one.
Well, I'll just comment that the changes make you see the building as a whole, and I really appreciate that. My eye isn't going sideways to the window at the top because it's centered, so I appreciate those changes by the applicant.
What have y'all done to date the brick? We keep having this come up where the 70s doesn't feel
There-
like 50 years ago, but part of the
Right.
70s is 50 years ago,
Right.
unfortunately.
Right, I know. Well, we do know that a big renovation happened in this one in the 80s. That I do know. But there's an addition off the back, and on the interiors of the addition off that back, some of that stuff really does date to some of 70s interior aesthetic. And then from the front facade too, we have had some historic pictures. We've got a big block missing in our historic photos. We have some from the like dating the cars.
Right.
Right. We have some that in the 80s, this brick was on here. We also have one that was closer from the 70s. It had a big metal fin. Like, we want to take it back to what it looks like now. It had one of those giant cantilevered metal fin awnings on the front. And the cars in that picture is late 70s. And then the only picture we have before that, it was a completely different, in the late 50s, was a completely different storefront of brick.
Right.
So between the pictures and the photographic evidence and then what the addition off the back is where we've connected the dots.
Yeah, I was curious because I think Walton's opened in 74, if memory serves me.
And I think this building
That's about
sold
right.
then too.
Yeah, and so it's just because it would all be the same brick at
Right.
at top. I was
Right.
just curious if there was
And-
anything you'd found.
And it
Well-
has the scoring on it too. That was kind of typical.
style
The
of that.
style of the actual brick itself
Right.
is very typical of that time period.
Yeah, okay. I'm just cognizant of our,
I don't.
Position
Well, we've
of
been
Well,
here
ten historic
on
brick,
your,
yeah.
to you guys before
Right,
with
yeah.
buildings from the 70s, right? Like
Yeah.
we're getting in that
Yeah.
50-year-old.
Yeah,
Well, Walton's moved into that building after the changes. The Kennedys bought the building
They did.
we're talking about now before the Waltons bought that one.
Right.
And they bought it from the Armisteds.
They did, and they bought it. And
And we talk about arches, so obviously downtown, we have many upper story arches. And we talk about, there are a few, we talked about Binks, which was a livery stable. The two small ones you show at White's, the white building. And then putting this one in. So I think the design is beautiful, and I like the way you've done the dental work. I guess you would be replicating some kind of wooden dental work at the top.
yes,
Right, or-
we
or
did
some
take
sort of
that.
iron kind of metal.
Yeah, I think it all looks great. The part I struggle with is change over time, and then historicizing something and making something that wasn't there. We know there was an arch, there was a large arch like Binks, and this is not that arch. And then seeing, what was done. I'm not convinced that it's about probably 1946 photograph that we see the VFW men in the front.
Right.
They're actually selling, I think, newspapers for the boys and club,
Yeah.
girls club, something like that. I see that. I see the dental work in brick at the top. I don't know if that was a part of the original where the arch was or not. So there's some things I'm struggling with here, and even painting the brick. Our guidelines recommend not painting the brick, and that's something I would feel very uncomfortable advocating for and voting for in this instance. Although I understand the reason, trying to give some kind of uniformity to everything.
I would say that painting the brick is really not what would make or break the project for us as far as, we've shown that because I think we were trying to address the kind of just separate look of it and trying to kind of really minimize or downplay that upper story that we've had a lot of feedback on that it's not really that desirable. So, but I think keeping that, we would certainly be open to, if you all think that not painting it would be beneficial to continuing this on, then we would be open to that.
Well, and I as someone that comes before you guys a lot with just different historic structures in general, and this one being a commercial in nature, I have a really hard time painting brick, period. I have a really hard time painting it in residential, right? It's just, it's trendy and what's going to happen 10 years from now, and I have some major concerns about that. I think this instance to us is a little bit different. One, because if you stand at the square and you look down Main Street, it's got a lot of character, a lot. And I think some of that comes from the painting. If it was all red brick down Main Street, it would look completely different than it does today. And so I think in this commercial instance throughout history, they use different bricks and such too, but the painting is what partly gives downtown Main Street its character. And in this instance, we do not have a building that has a lot of crinoline, has a lot of, sometimes when you paint things, you lose the character, you lose the reveal lines, you lose the shadow lines. We don't have that instance. So giving it a painting this brick, in my opinion, gives it some cohesiveness to the building and just gives it a little bit more character.
I wanted to speak to what Mr. Laster had noted before. I'm trying to zoom in on this photo, and it's really hard to see, but it looks like there might be some dental work, but it's more akin to what you see over here, inherent to the brick. Obviously, a lot thinner than what you see here, but it's not applied, I don't believe.
Miss Rose, look at the photograph that has the VFW men in front wearing their...
Page 6.
And you can really see the dental work on it. That's what I was referring to.
Oh, great.
You can. And I think that if you...
And there's another photograph other than that one, I think, that shows it better.
Yeah, so there's that one. And then I think if you do, from even the scale of that, of how far it sticks down on the facade, I feel like that dental molding was there in the livery stable picture because you can see those shadow lines
I do
in
too.
that black and white picture.
And all of that was chiseled off when they put the new brick veneer
Yeah.
on it. And I understand what you're saying. It's, I struggle with this because
I get it.
this is putting something back that wasn't really there. It's just more of a homage to it. I mean, so I'm struggling.
Sure.
I get it.
Yeah. It's not a restoration, right? It's a,
It's actually a reinterpretation.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair. It doesn't fall into any of the 4 treatments that we consider very easily. It's not, it's more of a rehab than anything, I suppose, but not necessarily a rehab because it is hearkening to some of the historic elements on the building. It is very common for us to review storefront rehabs, storefront specifically meaning the bottom floor here, because we've had so many in the past that have been altered from their original state. And there are so many that have used historic photographs to try to reconstruct to the degree possible what was there historically. In this case, there is sort of an homage being made to what was there historically because it cannot be applied exactly. So to Mr. Laster's point, I do think what's going on the bottom floor is very much in keeping with the guidelines. I do think that dental work at the top is to a lesser degree, but if it were to be done to be more inspired by the historic photographs, I think staff would be more open to recommending it.
Well, and I think from our standpoint too, we added the additional dental from some of the comments from last time where the band we put at the top was maybe too simple. So it's finding this balance. And yes, from a restoration standpoint, we don't have any of those pieces left that's in those photographs, right? So we're not in a restoration because we don't have any dental. We have brake metal at the top. So we are in a rehab type of situation.
Yeah, and to be clear, I wasn't throwing, questioning where the dental work, if we're looking at this as a whole, that the dental work and the reimagining at the bottom, I mean, I think that throws a good, like I say, reimagining toward what was there to begin with. It's just the whole thing that I'm struggling with. And it might be fine. I can't say right now.
I understand.
Kathy, do you have any comments?
I'm happy to see that while we don't really like painting the brick, and we've been down that road on other things, but I think it does enhance painting that brick on the commercial aspect side of it. It enhances that dental work. When you flash to that image where you have the two, your eye really is drawn up to enhance the dental work. So I think it's taking the plainness and the sadness of that upper space and really connecting the two to become a one. So I'm still torn too, whether I like the painted or could support the painted, but I get it. Go to the one where it's the 2 images that they submitted. The 2 elevations on their packet. There you go. And then how many other buildings on Main Street do we have that are upper painted and bottom brick? It could be unique unto itself. So again, but it really accentuates the dental work and tying that upper level to the whole building. Like the surrounding buildings.
Just to clarify, that the bottom's not proposed to be brick. Is that what you mean?
Pardon?
You said how many buildings do we have on Main Street that are painted
Oh, I'm
at
sorry,
top?
yeah, no, the upper's just painted, the brick is upper.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Mr. Chair, what my concern is, if we went down Main Street, there's lots of facades that are not original, lower storefronts, and you let them reimagine. Where would that take, where would that take us? That's where my concern is. Although I think it looks lovely, it's just, what road are we going down? And then all of a sudden is, instead of change over time, we make it more like a reimagined Main Street.
Is there any structural issues with the upper level, the
No.
upper facade? So it's intact?
It's intact.
Okay.
I think one thought I would pose would be, you know, at what point does Main Street become a museum versus, you know, some kind of living, breathing thing, right? I know we want to maintain the
Well,
character of downtown.
It's
but
not a
maybe-
museum. We've torn it down once.
No,
It-
I understand, but we keep talking about, you know,
But
reimagining.
it's,
and-
you know, a lot of our storefronts, what are 70s and 80s, I guess. And if you, I think there's going to be change over time, but is it a change that's reimagined, or do you keep the transom, the storefronts, your traditional configuration of a retail business on Main Street? That is more where I am.
And by 1946, you do have that traditional Main Street look at that location.
That's right.
And I think if I'm hearing you right, I mean, the way I see it, you know, you want an authentic experience. You come to a little town that is actually a town you come to shop and go to the restaurants, and it's not a Disneyland or Disney World where we've made it into something like that. So that's a consideration too.
Well, and I think for us too, again, because, I mean, if we're honest, there's no character on the second floor, right? It's gone. Like, what was there is gone.
It is
So we
arguably,
have a blank
yes.
canvas, whereas if we had the same second floor that's in that picture from the 40s, we would not be presenting this, right? But we don't. So either we take what we have now and repair it because it's damaged, or we take what we have now, which is the 70s facade or whatever era that is, and we have photographic evidence of what that looks like, and come back and propose the metal fin that fits the brick and the facade and the window pattern we have, or we do, you know, which I don't think that would fit Main Street. It would actually be pretty cool for the concept that's happening on the inside. Or do we take these historic elements with what we have? And see, to me, I think that's the different part, is that we don't have the character on the second floor that we have in that 1940s photograph.
I love the design. What you've done, I think, is superb. The only thing that I struggle with is painting that brick. That's the only thing, because there is great sensitivity toward
I
painted brick.
understand that.
And we've had some heartburn with that, so.
I've sat through some of those
That's,
meetings.
I mean, that's.
I'm very well aware.
So
Not my projects.
Yeah, that's the only thing. But what you've done is, compared to what the grandiose piece that was the first attempt, this is great.
I could support it, yeah. Or make
I would want to see the window dropped to look more like a storefront, for sure.
Would
What
you
window?
unpack that a little more?
Which window?
Which one?
To the left of, as I'm looking at it, the big window to the left of the door.
Oh,
That one.
okay.
Yes, sir.
And so, Ms. Pierce, just to clarify, and you mean drop, do you mean to be in line with the height of the door?
To be for the bottom, to read more like for it to read more like a storefront. And I'm not sure exactly what you do to get there, but if you look to the left where I can see better, on the yellowish colored building, where is that storefront hitting the other one?
If I may, if you look at Walton's, that might be easier to see. To the
Okay.
right.
They're aligning
We're
with that
kind of in line with
bulkhead.
that
You're
already.
aligning with Walton's.
Yes.
But you're doing
I think
a grid.
It's hard to see, I think, with the barrels behind it in
Mm-hmm.
that one. Really, there's three separate windows. There's three mullions vertically.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll ask that when they submit this,
I
that
would
the barrels be removed. So it's
Want, yeah, I see
They
what
say
you,
that
I
you
see
remove it
now.
back.
I didn't catch on. It
Yes.
was barrels.
Yeah, it does align. It aligns with Walton's.
Okay, and then it's divided into how many pieces?
1, 2.
2, 3.
If you go to
I'd like
Page
to think
11,
about,
maybe?
I would like for you to kind of noodle about that, what another option might be.
An option different from the 1, 2, 3 mullion
Mm-hmm.
option?
Well, if you look down Main Street,
I can pull up a storefront or a street view if you'd like. What you typically see in storefront configurations, and again, they've been changed a lot over time.
Right.
Is that there's one divider or no dividers, depending on the size of the glazing. You see here, this is a very altered storefront right now. They have one divider in between. But I could do that if that's something you'd like. But I do think that the applicants understand what you're noting.
Tyler, you had a question or
Yeah,
comment?
I wrote down a couple things, 4. I'll do them quickly. One of the things when I look at this rendering that, and I look back at even your own inspiration images is the pilasters that you have. There's 4 pilasters there. Typically, there's a continuous cornice across the top of those, and you can look at the other pictures. That cornice is interrupted by every pilaster, which is a little bit of a peculiar geometry to me. So even if those column capitals came down, that cornice went all the way across, I think it would be more in keeping with what you are trying to recreate, I think. And then the scale of the pilasters are a little skinny to me, especially when we see them go up the upper story. They look real thin, and they're actually wide at the bottom, but they've got a lot of undulations, so that's kind of a thing that's catching my eye. I wrote down the windows on the left-hand side. Typically in older buildings, we see some type of space mole, not always in storefront, but usually the ones that are 30s and before, we see a space mole, not glass to glass. We see after that, right before World War II and up until now, we kind of see these aluminum little fins. I wouldn't want to do that.
I think it might not be showing very well. That should be like a 3-inch
Yeah,
mold.
3.5 inch, yep.
Showing up right there.
And I'm looking at the panels below it, and if those dividers responded to those in a way, could enliven that. But yeah,
And they
the
do.
pilasters are a little thin. And then I don't know what it is. I haven't put my finger on what's bizarre about it, but I think it's the spring line of the arch looks so short in comparison to the windows that it's not taking the hierarchy of the entry for me yet. The arch is very pronounced, and I think maybe Mary Pierce, what she was saying is if the windows had a transom that started at the spring line of the arch, maybe it would reinforce that there's a horizontal line, there's a spring that's prominent and a horizontal line, and take that for what it's worth. Those are my 4 little
Yeah,
short
and
weird
I do,
things.
can we unpack one thing real quick? You were talking about interrupting the band with the cornice work. We played with that both ways. It was interrupted in the 1940s picture. So that's why we chose to do it this way.
And the proportions are kind of taking from that 1940s picture.
So that's why that was done, because it's done both ways on Main Street. Sometimes the band's continuous and sometimes it's divided. So that was the choice there.
And I think with right now, the head of the entry door, the main inside the arch, and the big windows on, if you're looking at on the left, all right, it's about 8 feet.
Yeah, same height.
Right now, not maybe a little higher actually, because the door itself is 8 feet, and then you've probably got another 6 or 8 inches of kind of trim work around it. So we're 8, somewhere in there.
Do
But
we
I-
know if Walton's has the building that it is still with, similar pilasters?
It's a
Or
much
any
smaller
width
storefront, so
building.
they have just big plate glass.
So there's
one on
no
each side, and then it kind
pilasters
of
at all.
angles
Okay.
in. It's kind of that.
Because we have an existing the column grid that's weird on our half
And we
versus
have
theirs.
some structure that's
Okay.
coming down kind of just to the left of the big triple window.
Anything
last-
else we need to move on if there's
One
not?
last comment, back in looking at that 1946 photograph, you come to us and you said, we want to go back with what they had, and that period, I could much more support something like that than what I'm seeing here.
Right, but we don't have the top of this either. So that's why,
Well, all that's different, of course, you can recreate your dental, and you have an arch above that single window, you could put an arch above that little single one. You're doing a lot of alterations as it is.
Well, they didn't have the extra door to get up to the second floor in 1940.
I mean,
They just had the
essentially,
single-
if-
Well, something like it.
But I think
Doesn't have to be
it-
exact.
Right, and I think to that, if we go that direction, that's what's almost there now from the configuration standpoint.
minus the arch.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys. It's a biggie, we know.
Thank you.
We realize that.
All right, next item, discussion of alterations, building elevation, floodplain construction at 252 Fifth Avenue North.
Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Yes.
I do want to remind everyone that the applicant came before the DRC last month to discuss demolition of this building. Staff has worked closely with the applicant in the meantime. Part of the reason for the request was some concerns about floodplain construction standards. We have advised the applicant that there are options for historic buildings to potentially receive some relief from floodplain construction standards in tandem with the FEMA and zoning ordinance requirements otherwise. What that states is that if a building is considered a contributing certified historic building, which staff believes this is, that it may be eligible for a variance from the Board of Zoning Appeals in order to lessen the amount of height that the building would need to be elevated to meet floodplain construction standards. In this case, the applicant wants to invest enough money into the building that it would trigger floodplain construction standards. So that would mean that this building would have to be elevated 8.5 feet from existing grade. You all, I think most of you have been part of some floodplain construction standard proposals in the past. And because the Board of Zoning Appeals is the only board that can issue variances from the zoning ordinance requirements, and this is very specific to historic integrity, architectural integrity, the staff requires that the Historic Zoning Commission provide a formal recommendation to the Board of Zoning Appeals when it considers such variances. So you'll be requested, if the applicant were to submit, to make a recommendation to the Board of Zoning Appeals whether or not elevating the building to a certain degree would be a negative impact to the historic or architectural integrity of the building to the point where it would no longer be considered a historic building. For the purposes of contributing or non-contributing structures. Is that clear? Does everyone understand what I'm saying?
So the excessive height required, if we feel that a recommendation for a variance not requiring such a height, then we would state that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I will turn it over to Mr. Johnson and his team, but I just wanted to kind of frame the conversation. This is a DRC meeting, of course.
Yes.
He understands this is for discussion purposes only, but we're being very specific in providing input to the applicant as to whether or not the alterations that would be required by the zoning ordinance otherwise would be consequential to the historic or architectural integrity of said building. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So has a request for a variance with the Board of Zoning Appeals been formally made?
It has not been made yet. We did advise the applicant to start through this process because you informed the BZA. It's likely that the Board of Zoning Appeals will take the Historic Zoning Commission's recommendation pretty seriously because it is so integrated into the.
So the applicant would still come to us in the Historic Zoning Commission meeting
Yes.
for us to approve or not approve.
Right,
Yes.
they would make whatever request they're gonna make of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Yes.
And then as a precursor at our meeting, we would make a recommendation.
Yes.
But we
Yes.
don't have that specific request yet.
Correct.
Okay.
They would like to hear from the DRC whether or not it would provide a favorable or unfavorable recommendation to BZA before they start that process. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Johnson.
Okay?
And Mr. Johnson, I have the slides here, so feel free to speak through each slide, pointing out what staff had recommended that you provide in order to enable the discussion to take place, if you don't mind.
Yes, we appreciate the guidance. It's a tricky situation in the flood zone with this particular building. last month, I requested discussion around demolition really to encourage this next discussion. It is not my desire to demolish the building. I know that the building will not withstand an elevation, particularly if you could put the slides up. That's myself measuring the requirements for elevation if I were to invest in the building to bring it up to codes so that it could house a tenant. The current cost structure of investing in this building, since it's been so long neglected, is in the $1 to $2 million range to get the building habitable by a retail tenant, such as a restaurant or an event center, which would be acceptable uses according to the city codes department. But we do not believe that elevating a cinder block building with very fragile truss structure and glass skylights and industrial windows would survive any move at all. So it's our intent to request that you support a variance that does not require the building to be elevated at all, except for the non-historic back third of the building, which is got a much higher ceiling height and truss structure back there that would allow for that area of the building, such as for kitchen use or refrigeration, to be elevated in excess of 30 inches off of existing grade and still maintain a 9-foot inside ceiling height, which would be ideal for something like that. The main more historic 1946 portion of the building, which was used as a dry cleaners, a laundry, cannot the floor height coming up any would render the building unusable because of the truss height in there is right now about 8.5 feet. So it doesn't, you can't go up with the floor in that area and use the building viably. So our hope is to save the building, but that's sort of in your hands.
Okay, comments?
I would enthusiastically endorse, supporting a variance. The building has sustained
It
the
has.
weather so far. I know we've seen somewhere that wasn't true, but this one has sustained it, so I would be for that. I think it's a great part of downtown.
Any other comments?
I'd like to just comment on the height. So where they get that, so the ordinance, floodplain fringe ordinance states that a building, when you do an addition or major remodel over 50% of the value of the building, you have to raise 3 feet above the base flood elevation. So in this area, the base flood elevation must be about 5 feet 6 inches. That's what I'm assuming. Then 3 feet above that gets you to the 8.6.
All right. Staff can comment on that.
Sure, for a non-residential building, it's 1 foot above the base flood elevation. So in this case, in this location, the floodplain certificate says that the building would need to be raised 8 feet 6 inches from grade as it sits now. So this image on the screen shows how high that building would need to be elevated and what could happen to the foundation of that if it were to be elevated.
And I stand corrected, it's 1 foot. I think for commercial, it's 1 foot above base flood elevation.
But 8'6", which is the number Mr. Johnson has shown in his documentation, that's the correct height that it'd have to go up, and that's what's represented in this picture, right?
Yes, this image shows that, and it shows it in juxtaposition with the adjacent building next to it.
And I don't think it would survive the being lifted out of cinder block.
No question.
So the next question I have, it has to do with the rear addition.
Yes.
You mentioned raising it?
I can raise the floor only, in other words,
Interior
fill with
floor.
gravel, flood vents.
But that's
slab.
that, is that that gable portion in the back?
Yes, the gable portion in the back
Yeah,
is
okay.
about 1/3 of the square footage.
For this purpose, though, we're really only looking at
Okay.
the exterior of the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
The impacts to the historic nature of the building and whether that will
harm the integrity of the historic structure. So you're looking just at the exterior of the
Okay.
building.
But the
And
reason I point that,
the reason for my question was that my understanding, if they raised it, it might be above the main structure of the building. You know, like, it would rise, the roof line would be above if they physically raised it.
no,
So
I'm
that's
saying
not
if
what I
raise
want to
the
clarify.
floor 32 inches in the back, I still have a 9-foot ceiling back there, which is a usable interior.
So it would stay the same height on the exterior.
Correct. The reason for that elevation would be a safety precaution for flooding for a kitchen, expensive equipment and gear like refrigeration equipment and stoves and whatnot, mixers, that could reduce risk out of being at current grade.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else have anything? I would certainly support your request to the
Excellent.
Board of Zoning Appeals.
My comment would be get your owner affidavit notarized.
Say again?
Get your owner affidavit notarized.
Thank you, sir. I've done it 4 times so far.
Okay, anything else? Tyler? Got
No, I'm good, I agree.
Kathy?
No, sir.
All right, we're good. Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll see you next
For this
month.
step.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's what we needed. Thank you.
We'll see you at the next meeting, I guess, huh? All right, we're ready for the next item, discussion of site alterations, hardscapes at 230 Franklin Road, the factory. Greg Gamble this time. Whoa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Mr. Gamble with Gamble Design Collaborative is here to discuss this because it is more hardscape and landscaping plan. So just to remind you all, the commission has been looking periodically at fenestration alterations, some material alterations to facades. Pivoting a little bit, switching gears, we're looking at hardscapes, specifically patio areas, walkways, things of that nature. Mr. Gamble would like to meet with the DRC to discuss some parking. I did contact everyone last week to ask if you would be able to accommodate a special DRC site visit on Monday, the 25th, I believe it was.
Yes.
So if you haven't already, please contact me. I have to get that in the paper tomorrow if it's feasible. I'd like to have more than half of you there if at all possible, so that I can get back with Greg and let him know if that's a thing or not. So what we're focusing on today is really specifically patios, hardscapes where people congregate, not cars. So I'll turn it over to Greg.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Greg Gamble. I'm here tonight with Benton Smothers with Holiday Properties. I have some paper copies of the presentation that may be a little bit easier to read. There's a lot of detail. Would y'all like paper copies?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, I also have 11 by 17s of the existing condition. So you can put them side by side and kind of flip in comparison. Yeah, if you might, let me know this one, and I'll show you.
Victoria, what time is the site visit?
I can skip it. Thank you.
The time of the site visit?
Thanks, sir.
3. Okay. 3.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Benton. This is the existing aerial of the factory campus. And when these site improvements were done, there were things, in our opinion, that were not executed at their best. Pedestrian access is one of those. Today, there is no pedestrian connection from Liberty Pike to a door at the factory. There is no pedestrian connection from Franklin Road to the factory. And as you know, you've probably driven down Franklin Road and seen the construction activity. We're getting a new pedestrian connection all the way from Harlansdale to downtown, which is super exciting. There's just not a very good way for pedestrians to get from those sidewalks into the factory building. There are places where sidewalk exists around the factory. However, in several cases, several situations, the sidewalk is at the same level as the asphalt, meaning if a car doesn't stop in the right place, the front of that car extends over into that sidewalk, making handicap accessibility impossible. There's right now no pedestrian sidewalk from the front of the factory on Franklin Road around the water tower to any of the other doors or handicap parking spaces that are located along Liberty Pike. These are all things that Holiday has identified and said, you know, we need to make this, we need to improve this situation. Right now, there is very little to no landscape within the parking lot of the factory, creating heat island effects because there's no shade cover. So we want to go and make those improvements to meet the city's zoning ordinance for landscape material. As Amanda mentioned, we'd like to do a site visit with you because in several instances, we are pushing sidewalk closer to Liberty Pike, Franklin Road, in order to maintain the quantity of parking spaces that we have. But we'll also be introducing new landscape to the parking lots so that we can achieve, reduce that heat island effect that's in the parking lot today. What you're looking at with this DRC submittal are outdoor areas, patio areas that invite the public outside. There are some really great opportunities to use outdoor spaces around the factory, and currently they're just being maintained as mowed grass or building foundation plantings. Holiday would like to introduce several new restaurants, and with those restaurants, they want to introduce outdoor dining. So I want to start at the beginning, which is the Franklin Road side. You'll see on page 3, it circles the area that we're referring to, and that's shown on the screen. If you'll flip to the next slide for me. On this page, the very first sheet of the 11 by 17 is the existing conditions, so you can kind of compare these side by side.
Greg, can we stop just a second? I think there is a little confusion, so let's make sure everybody understands what we're looking at. So what we're looking at right now is on the screen. It's page 4 of the proposal, and that corresponds with the area shown circled in page 3, which is buildings 2 and 1, like Mafiosis is building 1, for example. And then there's one separate sheet that shows all existing conditions. So Mr. Gamble had them separate so that you can look at both of them together.
Look at them side by side.
Yeah,
Is everyone on the same page, literally, figuratively?
I've got it.
Okay, great. All right, sorry, Greg.
Thank you, Amanda. No, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
Sure. As mentioned, building 1 is Mafios's, and this is building 2, is 2-story office. And I'd like to start there. Right now, when you come out of the front door of that office, there is a ramp that heads to the left, and there's a set of stairs on the right. But there are no stairs exiting that building, fronting out onto Franklin Road. We would like to add stairs in front of the front door that come out into that space. Much of that space today is a detention, water quality, stormwater area. We believe that our civil engineers can approach this a little bit of a different way. We're still going to have our stormwater components, and those are shown in the top left corner. But it will be a more maintained rain garden area as opposed to concrete flumes and mowed grass. So it'll be more manicured. Below that, then, we're introducing a sidewalk connection from parking that is adjacent to Franklin Road to the new stairs that enter the building. Because this is office space, they're going to have employees that want to take their lunch or breaks outside. And so in front of this building, we have 2 areas of crushed stone that will have benches located there and landscaping, low-profile landscaping. We still want to be able to see the front of the building, so this will be landscape material that is light in character, that allows for that visual transparency to the building. And then behind that, we have some tables and chairs, maybe some high-top tables that allow people to work on their laptop outside, some turf area below that. Then south of Mafiosa's, right now, when you pull into the parking lot, there are perpendicular parking spaces there that face Mafiosa's. So that entrance drive coming in off of Franklin Road has perpendicular parking on it. We'd like to remove that parking from the travel lane and let that just be a pedestrian experience from Franklin Road all the way to the front door of the factory. So this area through here would be pavers. We're adding a pedestrian drop-off, not directly in front of the factory, but just to the left side. So right now you've got that canopy that extends. It would just be to the left side of that. This would be a pedestrian drop-off. So we have some areas here that people could wait for an Uber or a Lyft or wait for their ride to come pick them up. And that's kind of the idea for this gathering space. Directly behind Mafiosa's, we believe that we have an opportunity to add a patio dining area to extend their outdoor dining experience as well. And then while people are waiting, whether it be for a table at the restaurant or waiting for a ride, we believe that there should be more opportunities at the factory for interactivity for children. So we have an area that's set up for sculpture, for art that could be interactive, that could be playful. Rusty is one of the great landmarks of the factory, but we really don't feel like it should stop there. There can be other sculpture, there's other artwork that can be created that really resonates with what the factory was, what it used to be. And if there's a chair with a spring underneath it that a kid can go and bounce on, that's a part of that sculpture, that's kind of the interactivity that we're looking for those spaces. You may be aware that there are 5 existing bald cypress that are in this little courtyard area. We would like to limb those up. We want to keep them. We're not proposing to cut them down. And in this area, there is quite a bit of root structure and stormwater drainage for the factory, but root structure for those trees. So we want to have a light footprint. We have a proposed raised wooden deck that is going to be about 12 to 16 inches off the ground. So just a couple of steps up that would sit underneath the canopy of these cypress trees. And on that wooden deck then would be benches, seating, raised tables, and would not necessarily be a part of the restaurant experience, but if you brought your lunch to work that one day and you wanted to go sit out underneath the cypress trees, that would be the place and the opportunity to do that. So making a gathering space there. Then just above the wooden deck, we have an area identified as pavers, and it's kind of a long area that runs alongside the office building. When you go there today, that's where the air handlers are. Giant, 6x6, 6x8 air handlers. We're proposing to remove those and replace that then with a paver area for outdoor seating. Between this building, I think it's between buildings 2 and 3.
And
right?
Greg, can I interject? I just want to help inform as we go along. The raised deck is here, and you said that's 12 to 16 inches.
Mm-hmm.
Are the paver areas proposed to be at existing grade, or are those proposed to be higher?
Those are existing grade.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a step back down to those. Right here at Building 2, there is a raised area that's there now. It's kind of has a curved staircase. It sits about 12 inches off the ground, so the deck would just match flush with that existing elevation. There is a connection of the buildings right here that's there today. It's been stuccoed. It's kind of a stucco connection. We're proposing to remove that and let that area be an outdoor place for employees as well between the buildings. The outdoor area exists there today. It's just mowed grass. So we want to make it more accessible and remove that stucco portion
Yeah,
between
that
the
was in a
buildings.
previous
Demo
HCC.
request, yeah.
Yeah, you guys approved that in the last meeting.
So,
So-
I do think it might be worthwhile if we do page by page. And I
Yes,
think that's
yes,
what Jim
yes,
was
yes,
about
yes.
to say.
Yeah, I was going
And
to.
on the site visit, I think some of this area I guess we'll walk, right?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And if you have questions, we can address
Yep,
those
yep,
too.
yep.
Here we have a raised area that, again, was a part of Centric's plans outside of the restaurant for outdoor dining for the restaurants. This area would be concrete and saw cut and would have landscape planters around the outside edge that would be boxwood planters that would allow that physical separation between the more private dining for the restaurant and the more public space that is out in front of it.
And as a reminder, that patio dining concrete is what it's identified as on your plan. You can see it moving my cursor over it on the projection. That was approved as part of the elevation changes that were brought forward by the applicant a couple months ago.
Okay, let's see. Does anybody have any comments on this part of it?
I have one more item to add.
Excuse me.
I want you to notice the handicap access that's located just to the bottom of the restaurants here. That's in a new location from what was previously shown on the architect's submittals, but is a much better location for circulation and safety for handicap accessibility.
So staff is considering the proposal in light of the applicable guidelines, which don't always contemplate this type of context.
No.
So keeping context in mind is very key. Decks are recommended to be on lesser visible elevations. I do believe that's the case here. I did discuss the wood deck component with Greg to a degree before the submittal, just to see, he asked I felt like that would be something that could be supported here. And I do think that the trees are very important to the context of this area, and having the lowest raised profile as possible, I think would be helpful here. And we also want to keep in mind what that brick looks like and make sure it juxtaposes with the industrial vibe that you see, the colors that you see prevalent on the site. So as staff, I will be asking for more information on not just wood, but what type of wood, how it will be stained, how it will correspond with the different historic materials prevalent on the site. But as a whole, staff finds that this proposal meets the intent of the guidelines to the degree possible, given that the guidelines are written currently written more specifically for an urban streetscape and less for a industrial campus setting.
Greg, you've got, I'm assuming the curb cut that already exists on Franklin Road will stay there.
That's
and
correct.
the sidewalk that you're proposing, this new entry plaza, is taking up the space now where the 10 spaces are, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So then you've got you're doing a turnaround.
That's
there.
right.
So
Yeah, yeah, a drop-off area.
Yep, okay, I got it. Anybody have anything else before we go to next page?
Do we have, just a question, and I don't know a lot about this, except that done a couple restaurants where we've had outdoor patios, and they had to be like gated off if you were gonna serve liquor out there. Are we gonna have to see some gates at some point?
Hope not. We're working on a campus-wide open container.
Okay.
So, some of that might be, if they want to have some separation, there might be in between some of these patios, they might have some planters or furniture or
Okay.
something like that.
Wasn't sure if we needed to talk about rails of any sort, so.
That's a great question, Tyler. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, we'd like to try to avoid that. But the planters help kind of contain that area, though. I think it's a more elegant way to do that.
Absolutely. And then I wrote down that I don't have a problem with the ramp location. I'm curious, I'm counting 5 steps, which, I don't know, what are we gonna call that, 30 inches? Which means you'd probably have to have 30 feet of ramp, and I'm hoping that you got enough run to pull that off. I like the location, but it's 30 inches of ramp. ADA is 30 feet. So.
It's actually, it actually is coming up to the front of the factory, so it's higher in elevation where that ramp.
Okay, so it's going up.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's higher in elevation where that ramp hits than it is
I'm
in the
following.
actual courtyard.
That makes sense then.
Yeah, there's a
Okay.
different number of steps as you
Yeah,
look.
I was like,
counted
I'm
them
trying to
too.
read.
And Greg, that's a great point. We will need to see an elevation of the ramp when you're ready to submit that.
Is there only one access ramp?
There is for the outdoor dining area there, yes.
Okay. You might want to check, I don't know if this amount of square footage for outdoor entertaining, for it to be fully accessible and inclusive, you might have to consider another one.
Yeah, we'll
and then-
confirm that with our ADA consultant. But I
Okay.
believe we have. I think we have done it.
So how do you access the raised wood deck?
Sure. There is an area right here on the left side, directly adjacent to Mafiosa's outdoor dining. That would be a ramp.
Okay, so there is another ramp.
For the wooden deck, yes, there's a
Okay.
ramp for the wooden deck, and there's a ramp for the area that's the restaurant.
Okay, you have several. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Greg, is that location where my cursor is?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the big white areas in front of the patio dining, what are those?
Just low ground cover,
Round cover?
yes.
Planted.
Because they're underneath the trees, we're thinking of Linton
Got you.
Rose or,
Okay.
I don't know how specific on
Now I
plants you
see the tree on the second one.
want.
Yeah.
Say that one. I'm sorry, Ms. Pierce.
We usually
I
render
see
green
the
stuff.
other tree. I couldn't figure out where it was.
Makes things look better.
Okay, anything else on this page before we go forward?
Just on the wood deck, it looks pretty big, pretty massive, right? I mean, can you give us an idea of what size that is?
Of the total square footage? I can get that for you. I don't have that off the top of my
Okay.
head tonight.
And I
but
guess I'm thinking, I mean, this picture that you have here depicting a similar deck, I guess, is quite beautiful. Who is going to be maintaining the deck?
Sure, Holiday Properties will be maintaining the grounds.
Okay, not the restaurants or.
No,
uh-huh.
yeah, what you're looking, the wood area is public, it's common area, so we're
Oh, okay.
maintaining that. yeah.
Okay.
We want it to be kind of a series of maybe little living rooms where you have a coffee table, a nice bench to sit on, some comfortable chairs.
Yeah, I see that.
It's really meant to kind of encourage that outdoor gathering and can be inviting.
The squares that I see with shadow in them, those are wells? Is that-
They are,
Okay,
yes, those are the tree wells where the trees
okay.
sit.
All right, let's move on.
Okay. So this area is underneath the water tower. And I'll walk you through some things that we're proposing, but some things that are changing as well. There is a new restaurant that is planning to go just here at the top of the page. And there's an existing kind of outdoor concrete area that they want to use for outdoor dining. So that would be tables and chairs, outdoor dining. This little nook right here is back of house for the restaurants. So that's where they'll be receiving probably early morning deliveries and/or making sure that as they clean up, everything kind of exits the restaurant from that location. There is an existing curved poured-in-place retaining wall that we're keeping just as it is. However, we're adding a staircase, an outside exterior stair, alongside that poured-in-place retaining wall so that there can be access from the outdoor dining to the area underneath the water tower. In the next version of this plan, you will see between 2 and 3 times the amount of landscape and underneath the water tower. The area underneath the water tower is being redesigned. We couldn't submit you new information after the initial submittal date of the DRC. However, with your review for the Historic Zoning Commission, we would like to significantly reduce the amount of hardscape that is underneath the water tower area. We do want it to be inviting. We want it there to be seating under there, and again, the same kind of maybe lounge furniture or high top tables. It is considered a common area. It will not be a part of the outdoor dining experience of the restaurant. But if you go in and you grab ice cream inside the factory, this would be a place that you could come and enjoy it outside on the grounds underneath the water tower. The pump house stays, and so this smaller room that you're seeing that's created underneath the four structural components of the tower, that's really more in keeping with what the experience we would like to convey underneath that water tower, and not large hardscape areas. If you go up underneath the water tower now, you'll see an existing concrete band that's been poured, and it's right in the grass. We would like to keep that, and it's a part of the history of that space, so this kind of strange curve that is shown up underneath. In this corner here of the water tower, there's an existing kind of leftover pump of some kind that is on a concrete base. We're not sure it's entirely safe for children and when they're up in that area, so we would like to have it relocated.
That's an old backflow assembly it's not in use any longer, so.
It's kind of left there as a, not sure what, but.
I'm going to pull up the street view. I think that'll be really
Yeah, that's fine.
helpful. This is a really
May show it from the
great
parking lot.
illustrative proposal, but one thing that I would recommend that the applicant consider when submitting back is having maybe some inset photos that show existing conditions so that they can look at those side by side. But I'm going to pull up the street view so you can see this area as you're looking at the proposal.
One thing to add, this circular element that we're intending to leave is an old foundation for a contemporary water tower that was removed 25, 30 years ago.
So the pump that the applicant is speaking of.
It's in that top left corner there, just over the white, yeah, there you go, right there. Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, can you repeat what you said about the contemporary water
Yes.
tower?
Yes, ma'am. It's tough. You cannot see it from this view, but if you look at an aerial, you probably can. There's a semicircle concrete foundation.
You can see the edge of it right there,
So-
below the white car. On the right side, Amanda. Up just a little bit, there's like a black streak. That's the concrete band. Yeah, it runs in a semicircle right in that area.
Oh, okay.
At one time, there was a second water tower
Oh.
that I think was maybe built in the 60s. It was non-contributing to the historic registry application, so it was removed, I think, in the 90s.
And which pump is the one that you feel is dangerous to kids?
Yeah, that one right there.
Right there? Mhm.
There's an area here that, you'll see the sidewalk now continues from the front of the factory all around the outside where we have now parallel parking and then the perpendicular parking. So that is a new sidewalk that's being added. And directly off of that sidewalk then is a crushed stone area here that we'd like to have again for, this bottom picture on the right probably represents that the best, which is this crushed stone area, again, soft textures, bringing in some canopy trees in this area to provide additional shade. So biggest thing to point out probably is that on this particular image, what's happening underneath the water tower will be different the next time you see it. It'll have more green area, more landscape area. Any thoughts or comments on this?
Yeah, any comments on this?
One thing to add too that's different from what you've seen before is the idea of that carousel building in front.
That's right.
So we've pivoted on that. I know that there was a little aversion to putting that in front, and also that it would have included demoing a portion of that garage building that's kind of jutting out. So we're relooking at that. So you don't see the carousel building here. It's not intended to go in this location any longer, so we're looking at another area in the back, so we'll get to that. And then that garage building, we are trying to configure this work in a way that we could use that in some way. So you'll see more on that building probably later this summer, but the intent is to try to work with what we've got.
Figure out something to go in there first.
Is there, is the water tower still, like, active?
No.
Okay, because I see in the images the stem down the middle. I don't see it in plan. And I see this circle, I'm like, well, it's not that big. But I'm just wondering if it was still dropping. More of a curiosity. It doesn't have any bearing necessarily on how I feel. I'm just like,
purely aesthetic at this point.
So staff doesn't have any comments related to this, with the exception of the pump relocation. It would not be recommended that historic elements be relocated from their original location. So I don't see on this plan set where that's proposed to be relocated within this area. So I'd like the applicant to comment on that. But as far as everything else, it's very similar to a previous proposal that we had for this area prior to the current owner purchasing it, but the pump is not recommended to be removed.
But we need to see that when we're there
Yes.
next Monday.
Yeah, see, I don't believe it's the original location. I think it's just kind of an artifact that's been set on the side. But that's something we can look at when we
Yeah,
get there.
I think we need to look at that.
So where on this plan is that proposed to be relocated? I don't see it on the plan.
No, we aren't planning on relocating it.
I think somebody did, I think one of you did say relocate, but.
Remove
was
it or.
Get
yeah,
rid of.
Okay.
Something.
Okay, I thought you said relocate.
Yeah, there was no intention to keep it. I think we can figure out whether it's historic or not pretty soon.
That's
I
why I
doubt
want to
that
look at it
is,
Monday.
but, Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Let's move on then.
Okay. The next area is over by Rusty. Here, Building 13 is the new restaurant, right? Yeah, Building 13 is where Viking once
Yes.
was. And it would be, is intended to be used as a future restaurant. Right now, when you go out to this space, there's some really odd kind of level changes. It does drop down. It kind of, there's a bit of a hole over there. We're proposing to still have that recess, but increase the size of the outdoor dining area so that it has more filtered sunlight into it. We have a few stairs that would need to be added to drop down into that outdoor dining area, and a handicap ramp that would be added over on the right side here in order to access that space. It's not deep, but it is a transition down. It drops maybe 12 to 14 inches in that particular location.
Greg, can you reference the screen, and maybe that'll help a little bit?
To the left, there's kind of an awning piece that, keep coming right there. You start to see the arborvitaes, and yeah, there you go, the brick columns and the, so we're talking about that area there. It actually is recessed down a little bit. We're just taking that same elevation there, removing the arborvitaes and whatever that addition outside hardscape was, so that it kind of opens that space up a little bit more for outdoor dining for that restaurant.
so those steps go down?
They do.
Okay, because it's the shadows rendered.
You
On
would
the-
strangely
on the
never
lawn
notice
side.
it until you were over in the factory walking in that space, and it's peculiar.
Okay, understood.
It's fun. Every time you go to the factory, you're going to see something completely different
Yep.
in a way that you've never seen it before. Honest Coffee has their outdoor dining area that has brick columns and fence around it. It's staying. There are no changes proposed to it. Then we have the Sawcut, the existing concrete access into the factory now that, again, we're not changing, keeping the brick wing wall where it is, as we discussed. However, around Rusty, are proposing to change that to pavers. So the concrete really gives you more of a, hey, this is the main entrance to the factory. This is how you come in from this side. So there's not a lot of confusion. But at the same time, we want these additional pedestrian areas to access different storefronts, new storefronts along this interior courtyard where the blacksmith shed is. So here we've contemplated maybe a fire pit, again, some outdoor lounge furniture, really just making that area more comfortable, more accessible to pedestrians and more inviting to the people who are coming here to the factory. You want to talk a little bit about this? So alongside Building 14, there's some equipment. We're leaving all of that the way that it is. We're removing the vines that have grown over it, just kind of letting that be a funky part of the factory and funky part of the buildings. So all of that stays. The blacksmith shed is kind of an interesting piece. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we love the use on site. The location is it almost, the site plan doesn't fully represent, I think, what it feels like to walk around it. It's just this old shed that's taking up most of this area, and it blocks a lot of visibility too. And so we're trying to figure out, you know, what do we do with it, and we'd like to find out what, you know, your thoughts are on that shed. It's been there for a very long time, so it meets the criteria for historic. I've seen photos from the 60s where it's there, but does it have historic value? Is it something worth preserving? Would love to get your thoughts, and obviously we can walk it next week, and you really get a sense of what it looks like and feels like. And the other piece is you can see how it impedes access to one of those new storefront doors that you all reviewed a couple months ago and approved. So we're trying to kind of figure out how that can work.
And we can certainly plan pedestrian routes around it. But this is one area that we just have several questions about. What does this become? What is it now? How do we work with it? And we're interested in your opinions on its preservation or adaptation to the exterior of the space.
I see what you mean about the sort of the interruption that it creates. But at the same time, I think there's something unique and appealing about it. Do we have a picture of it as it currently
So
stands?
you cannot see it from the angles and street view, unfortunately. The interruption it creates is one that was self-created in terms of the new doors going into that location. I do think that we'd have to look at the building for the merit of the building itself and not as much about the context that has been created around the building by the applicant. But we can certainly talk about that at the DRC site visit.
Yeah, we're not proposing to do anything with it today. We just wanted to let you know that we want to have a conversation about it. So if between now and our site visit, you go out, walk around the blacksmith shop, come up with some ideas, we're just interested in having a conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Ms. Rose, you know, you can do a bird's eye view, you can see it from
Okay.
Google Maps. At least I think you can, that's what I'm looking at.
And I'm wondering if,
How so?
hit that back arrow button next to the Franklin,
Oh, okay, I see.
and then hit satellite view under layers there.
From the view I was at, I definitely,
You may have to sign in to be able to go 3D.
yeah.
But,
I can zoom in a little bit though, so you can get a sense of where it is.
I'm wondering if you all might own it in its place and it not be a blacksmith shop, but be this portal thing that people could just walk through and experience. It's this little pavilion thing, maybe has artifacts and things, but that maybe the blacksmith is using a different spot.
We've discussed that as an option too, yeah.
Hate to kick somebody out of their spot.
Yeah, yeah.
But there are a lot of good opportunities around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about a little museum?
So
Museum to
I'm-
the factory.
I'm pulling up Near Map so I can see if I can get you guys a better view. If you'll hold on just a moment, it should be coming up.
What did you say, Brian? I don't think
A little
someone-
museum,
Yeah.
little museum to the factory. Dorch
That's a
Stove
great
Works,
idea.
Royal.
I will say we are working on that. We are archiving and putting ideas together, so you will see more of that down the road.
Good.
Location TBD.
While she's looking that up, Greg, do you have any other comments on this page?
No, I do not.
Okay, Amanda, if you, we're going to see this Monday.
Yeah, we can see it when we
Oh,
go.
I know, but I have the capability. And I'm excited about this tool that I have. Maybe. It appears to have been updated since last time I opened it, so it's wanting to show me a bunch of things. So right here.
All those
Okay,
other
that's-
connectors
that's-
there.
That's bigger
Yes.
than I thought it was.
Yeah.
It is a sizable building, so.
Well, I'd pass through a museum, that'd be good. But we need to figure out something, based on your comment about the access into the retail space.
Right.
We need to work around that.
Right,
So,
right. So, yeah, thought was, if there's reluctance to take it down totally, maybe the facades could come out and open up the visibility, open up the walkability through it.
okay, we just need to play with that one. All right, let's go on to the next page then.
So on the last area here, it might be helpful for you to look at the existing conditions page, which is the last page in the second packet.
This is very good, the way you've done this, too.
Oh, great.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome.
That's on the last page, you said, Greg?
The last page of the existing
The
conditions.
last page of the existing
And this-
conditions sheet is the area behind Mojo Tacos and Mockingbird Theater.
Got it. There we are. Thank you.
Sure. So,
Sorry.
no problem. I'll start behind Mojo Tacos and Mockingbird Theater. Mockingbird Theater, when you see it today, there is a wooden stage that kind of sits on some metal beams, and it's like they always wanted to make it a theater. They always wanted to make it a stage, always wanted it to be a place where people could sit on the lawn and watch events. We want that too, but we'd like to reconstruct the stage to something that's a bit more permanent alongside the Mockingbird Theater. And we'll have more details of that stage for the Historic Zoning Commission. But the lawn area that is out in front of Mockingbird Theater, we want it to have the purpose for people to gather, see small shows or something out in this space. We're expanding the hardscape area behind Mojo Tacos to allow for more outdoor dining, allow for more seating out in the sun. So it would extend beyond the existing canopy that's there now into the lawn area. Adjacent to that, we have some seating that is going to be more permanent. So these are built bench areas for seating. And then along where the existing magnolias are today, alongside the brick wall, we're proposing a hammock garden. So this would be where permanent hammocks are hung between the metal brackets of those walls to allow people just to have another way to experience the space and another place to lounge, maybe while watching a show or just on taking a break. this is the area that we've been calling the grand entry to the Mockingbird Theater. When you go out there right now, the concrete walk, it juts out about 6 feet, and then it's curved. And then the curved stairs come down from there. We feel like it really breaks the space up a lot. So we would like to remove those curved stairs and the jutting out sidewalk and replace it with grand stairs that extend the entire length of the entrance. If you flip to the very last page in this middle here, we have kind of an artist illustration of what that would feel like. There are wing walls that come out into that space that we want to keep. So we're not talking about removing any of the existing brick wall that's there now, but just simply extending the stairs so that it feels more like a grand entrance coming in from the parking lot. From there, we want more of a pedestrian experience all the way around Mockingbird Theater. So we have some outdoor lounge area here that is screening the HVAC units that are on the side of the building. Right now, when you go and walk this space, it's just kind of muddy, unkept, kind of feels like back of house. We want to turn that around and let that really be a nice pedestrian space that's inviting. Beyond that, as Benton mentioned, we have a new location for the Carousel building. The Carousel building becomes an anchor for what we see as an excellent opportunity to invite families with their children to have somewhat of a playground experience, but I don't want to use the word playground, but more of the same kind of factory sculpture elements that inspire play, that could be just things you jump off of. There could be areas for chalk, for kind of a found playground experience, not a swing set, not teeter-totters or merry-go-rounds, but more like interactive kind of sculptural pieces that engage children. We also see this as an area for cornhole, for just giving people something to do at the factory that involves more playful games, and kind of think this back of house with the carousel starts to kind of create some synergy there. Alongside, and tell me this building number again.
That's Building 8.
Building 8?
Yeah, and for context, that's the building we came to the Historic Zoning Commission last for, and this was for added doors on the pedestrian alley and also on this elevation that affronts this patio area, so you can kind of see in context what we're doing. And one other point on this is this area is we see it as a node on that pedestrian alley, so it's another way to activate the use in this area, which is now back of house, loading dock area.
And a lot of the landscape that's there now is really outgrown its purpose. It's outgrown its space. A lot of that landscape we want to remove, have lower profile, more exposure to the buildings. Here you can see the canopy that extends out. This will be a pedestrian path here that accesses to, again, more kind of outdoor lounge spaces. The one on the bottom has an outdoor fireplace that would be accessible from both sides. So if you're in chairs out here on the lawn area, you can have access to that outdoor fire. If you're up here on the lounge and you're sitting on one of the couches, you also have access to that ambiance in that space.
And Greg, if I'm not mistaken, just for context, this is the historic conveyor.
That's the historic conveyor, that
Okay.
gray box, yes.
So
And
this
where-
facade is what we call the west elevation of Building 8 that was reviewed by Historic Zoning last week.
And in that bottom right corner, that's where that metal storage shed is today that we've asked to remove. Right now, if you go out alongside the Mockingbird Theater, there is an electric box, a transformer that's sitting out in the pedestrian path. We are proposing to move that electric transformer to this bottom corner here of the outdoor lawn area. And then we've had some conversations about, maybe having an artist come in and doing a painting, doing something to that transformer that just kind of takes it out of context. Again, something that could be playful, and not just another metal box sitting out on the lawn. So in this image here, you're seeing some thoughts that we have that might inspire that artist and what they're kind of creating for this space around the Carousel building. These next couple of pages, again, are inspirational of kind of what we're looking at as far as imagery to capture, convey some of the finished hardscape experiences around the factory.
The last comment I have as staff is that there are a number of exciting things shown on this presentation. We're really excited about showing and learning more about at the site visit. So the site visit will be at 3:30 on the 25th. That's a week from today. I feel confident we've got enough folks attending that it'd be worthwhile for the applicant. We'll talk about this as we walk through, but the focus of the site visit will be more about parking. Parking is not all reviewed by the commission. In my opinion, what needs to be reviewed by the commission is where there's new hardscape created for parking and where parking is being added at existing hardscapes between the main buildings and Franklin Road or between the main buildings and Liberty Pike. So things that would affect the context of the property as far as new parking or relocated parking to areas that intersect historic buildings and roadways. The hardscapes that you see on this presentation, of course, affect context, so we'll be talking about those. I'll ask the applicant to bring more for the commission to consider, and I'd love for you to chime in as DRC members what you want to see as far as hardscapes, coloration, things like of that nature. The artistic elements are very exciting. Please note that the Historic Zoning Commission does not review art, but we do provide a formal recommendation to the Public Art Commission, which will be reviewing any sort of public art installations on the property. So you'll be asked to provide a recommendation to the Public Art Commission about the context of the art in relation to the historic resource that it is situated in or around. And then that will go to the FPAC for review. And then I believe
So
DEFOMA.
public art is on private property?
Public art can be on private property. In this case, the art installations are to be considered for approval by the city.
Oh. I thought it was only when the art was being used to satisfy a formal open space requirement.
Well, we can talk about that offline. I want to make sure I've got that correct too, but it's
Okay,
my
yeah.
understanding. I don't know that all of them will trigger a public art review. It just depends on locations and view shed. But we will certainly check into that and let you know. But I wanted to remind you all that you won't necessarily be reviewing the art for approval. If it's determined that something does need to be approved by the Public Art Commission, then you'll be asked for a formal recommendation for or against.
That's scary if we have to review art.
No, you're not reviewing art.
Okay. Any comments on this last section?
The hammock garden, I don't see how that ties in with the flavor of the factory. And I know that sounds very vague, but to me, hammocks are more of a beachy sort of Florida thing. And I just don't think it ties in with the
It's a little bit different.
concept.
It's a little bit different.
Yeah, I know.
I thought it was interesting too when my staff proposed it, and granted they're younger than me, but not only are they super excited about it, but so are their peers.
Sure.
And they're saying, hey, if we're working at the factory, I mean, going and lounging in the hammock after work with friends around would be like one of the first things I would do, and I'm.
Oh, I get it.
You may
I
have more
get that
demand than
part.
you
I get
want.
that part. I just don't feel that it's consistent with the vision. That's just my opinion.
A little color on that area. So this is a very informal, relaxed area in general. And, you know, it's a live music venue. It's also a play area. You know, right now, that's how it's used, and we want to keep that. And, you know, we just want to enhance it a little bit. But you see it's a very minimalistic take on that. We want to keep it open. But, you know, one thing in the summer, you see moms with kids coming out, and, you know, the mom is, you know, having lunch or having a coffee, and it's a nice, safe, contained area that feels really comfortable and nice, and the kids can run around and play in a safe environment. And
Yeah, I love the interactive play area. I think that's got so much potential, so that's exciting.
These are really interesting to me. This is rebar shaped and welded into a tree.
We have
where-
one of those in the factory already with lights.
Where vines are growing up through them.
naturally, yeah.
No, there is. It's right, it's in the building. It's got little, I love it. It's got great little,
That's
yeah.
the kind of things that we want to kind of
Rebar.
bring out to the outside, yeah, for sure.
And I will say this about the hammocks too. Our neighborhood did that for COVID. There's a row of trees, there's a little creek. The neighbors that live on that street took 6 hammocks, strung them up, and they once a month had movie night, hung up a sheet, and all the neighbors, like within a block radius, were welcome to come. Everybody spread out. It was like, this is kind of a new way of doing things.
Well, that's also the, and you guys have reviewed facades in this area before, and we had talked about having an area to screen on the side of the Mockingbird Theater.
Yeah.
Yes,
This
yes.
was
So I think
for
this
movies,
casual
kind of in the
area.
park idea. So, and the
kind
way
of-
it could be set up is either or. These 2 areas on either side of the building can be set up for that, so.
So in that area, you're going to be, I'm assuming, I just don't see, you're going to be able to, there's going to be a place to go get a drink or a whatever, a sandwich and come out there?
Absolutely. This
Yeah.
is all public area.
Yeah.
What you're seeing.
But I mean, it's near where kids could,
Yes.
parents could get refreshments, because
That's
I
right.
think that'd be
That's
an
right.
attractor.
Yep, yep. So the Mojo's is labeled here too, right
Yeah.
off of that.
I saw
restaurant.
Mojo's,
Yeah.
yeah.
There you go.
And then
You have some
yeah,
stuff going in
we're,
here.
we have some stuff going on in Building 8 too, right at kind of in the far east corner. So activating
That's
that
not
corner,
really
too.
our business, it's just
Yeah.
me thinking of
Oh yeah.
what would make people go there.
Absolutely.
Okay, we need to wrap this up for now, so we'll just see you guys Monday.
Can we take,
Good.
Mr.
3:30.
Chair, can we have a slight break?
Yes, I was going to recommend that, since we've been here 2.5 hours.
Greg, we
Yes.
want these back.
If you don't mind giving these back, I'll bring them when we
Yes.
have our site visit.
Oh.
I want to hang on
I
to mine because
I
I
made
wrote
some,
on it. I'll
I
bring
made
mine.
some
I'll
notes
keep
on
mine.
it, so.
All right.
All right, we're ready for item number 8, discussion of alterations roof line dormer construction, awning placement at 905 Evans Street. Ms. Warren, thank you for your patience.
Oh, thank you so much. Good evening, and I'm afraid my presentation is not as fancy
Oh,
or
don't-
fabulous
don't-
as what we just saw, so thank you.
Let's see, do y'all have any comments first, staff?
Raina, would you like us to kind of frame it for you?
Absolutely.
Okay, we're happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. So the applicant is proposing several alterations to a non-historic accessory structure at the rear of the property at 905 Evans. You can see here, this is the house in the proposed new accessory structure. So the changes include changing the roof form. The current accessory structure, you can kind of see here, is has a front gabled roof, which will be removed to then be replaced with a side gabled roof. The applicant is also proposing to add dormers, so a shed dormer will be placed on the front elevation of the accessory structure, and then also a longer dormer on the rear of the accessory structure. The guidelines recommend that dormers relate to the style and proportion of windows on the accessory, or on the principal building. They also recommend that the dormers be set back 2 feet from the exterior wall, and while we don't have the exact number on the plan right now, it does appear that these dormers are set back from the exterior wall by some degree. The applicant is also proposing to add an awning on the front elevation, as well as adding a window to the left elevation, if I can find it. We do not have any renderings of the right side elevation at this point. The final alteration to the accessory structure is adding height. So the applicant is proposing to add some height to the accessory structure with this new roof line. The guidelines recommend that accessory structures be subordinate in massing scale and height to the principal building. And as you can see in this image here, the accessory structure will be about 4 feet, 3.5 inches shorter than this peak of the roof on the principal building. However, it does look like it would be a little bit in line with the dormers on the principal building. And just as a note for the applicant, when you do go for permitting, Building and Neighborhood Services, when they did their review, they did leave a note that they'll need a floor plan for the second floor as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Victoria.
All right, Ms. Warren,
Yes, sir.
what else would you like us to know before we?
Well, my husband and I, Stu and I, would just like to add this as a exercise guest room and future grandbaby bunk room, so that we can also sleep in with future grandbabies. The stairs are going to be from inside of our home. There'll be no exterior stairs, no renting it out or anything like that. And I believe with regard to the side that the architect did not give a rendering, you can kind of see it a little bit from the back view. That's where the stairs will be going up from the inside of the house up to this room. So I don't know if there'll be any windows there or not. But I'll get that clarified.
Okay. All right, comments?
If I'm not mistaken, this is a style pretty much representative of other houses on the street, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So it is
You can
within
see
the
here the
context.
pictures included.
It is, because I looked at it again today. It's part of our walking route around
Yeah,
downtown, and
yeah.
it is, it's very typical of
Right.
the other houses on that area of street.
Yeah, the only thing, I mean, that I would say, I think the architecture's in keeping. When you come to historic zoning, do we have a look at the backyard neighbor and where the
Yes, good.
windows are coming down on that neighbor's property?
The Lewisburg Avenue neighbor.
Yes, that would be
Yeah.
my only concern.
Yes, good point.
Well, this structure that we're proposing would be looking at his
That-
Airbnb
okay.
or whatever he
That'd be
has
great.
going on there, so.
Yeah,
he
that'll be
probably-
great. Just show that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Any other comments?
Do we
Well-
know the square footage or the overall?
I
but-
did ask the architect that, and he said it would be around 550-ish square feet or 500-ish square feet finished.
But for the footprint, it's no.
It's
No
no change to the
changes.
footprint.
Exactly.
It's within the footprint, okay. Just going up.
What was staff's?
I was gonna ask, is there any space, there's no living space currently above the garage base,
Correct,
right?
just
So you're
storage,
just popping the
just
top a little bit,
storage.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Tyler?
Staff's position on the awning, could you remind me? Victoria?
I don't think we actually provided any
I
statement
don't think
on
there
the
are any other
awning.
awnings, though, on the ones that I've
Yeah.
looked
So,
at.
so
Curious
in
to know.
the past, we have recommended against awnings for infill construction of accessory structures because they aren't historically typical. The commission has approved them, however, in certain circumstances. When speaking with Ms. Warren about this previously, you know, she expressed that the awning was something she felt strongly about providing some kind of a waste, if you will, to the building, just because it is increasing. There is that space between the bottom of the dormer and the top of the carriage style doors. Victoria, do you mind pulling up that rendering on that first page, maybe, and zooming in so they can kind of see that? It is not what I don't normally recommend awnings as a planner. But I do think because they are trying to retrofit an existing building, it does kind of have an odd amount of space between the bottom eave and the top of the carriage house, and I'd love to hear some feedback on how that could be
I
addressed.
think it does break up the massive wall, which would have been, so I like that. I'm not sure it ought to be the same pitch as the main roof, because awnings typically had a lower pitch that are closer to like the dormers or something like that. But I don't mind it. I think it does break up, because it would be unbecoming to have 6
Right.
feet of siding above the garage doors. I would say that.
Should it be one awning or should it be one for each bay? Is that,
That's a great question. The commission's reviewed different configurations. Typically, when we review awnings, we ask that they be placed solely over the opening that they're serving, and if, in that respect, it would be one over each garage bay.
in the illustration on page 1, it just reads a little bit long to me. I think it emphasizes the width of that building, but
Yeah, and there's, a lot of jurisdictions have a rule that it's allowed to go a foot or 2 past the edge of the opening, and it's like, well, if it's allowed that, then they run into each other. Does
Yeah.
it become one by default? So I don't know the answer to that.
I don't
I'm
know.
just, I'm unfamiliar, I'm fairly new, so I'm just learning the rules just like you are.
Thank you.
And sometimes when they do them individual, they're a different material, like probably a metal, not as much of a replica of the other roof pitches that are on
Right.
the building.
So what I'm hearing from you, and Victoria and I will help relay to Ms. Warren's design professional, is that it would be recommended that it be 1 or 2 awnings at a lower pitch than what is rendered currently, and perhaps a different material. If it is a lower pitch, then it may need to be a metal.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay.
I think so.
Ms. Warren, is that clear? We'll help relay that to your design professional. But
appreciate
it does read kind of heavy, so and because it's not a historic typical feature, maybe breaking that into two and changing the pitch a little will have it will serve the purpose that it's trying to serve right now, which is breaking up that mass, but it will not feel as heavy on the building.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else? We thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for the next one, discussion of demolition accessory and new construction principal at 115 Winslow Road. Staff, anything?
So just as a reminder, this applicant has been before the DRC a couple times previously. At the previous DRC meeting that she attended, she was requested by the DRC to provide more information to help substantiate demolition criteria as outlined in the design guidelines. So she has that information today in the form of, trying to meet the criteria of structural instability and deterioration for the building. And Victoria can go over that a little bit. And then we'll also talk a little bit more about the conceptual elevation that she has had rendered by her design professional from the street view for the new construction. Victoria?
Yes, so as Amanda stated, the last time the applicant came before the DRC, it was requested to get a structural engineer to come out to the property to look at the historic outbuilding and to get a determination on the structure. And the applicant is coming back today to propose demolishing the existing outbuilding, which again, it originally belonged to the neighboring property but was subdivided off and then became part of this lot. The applicant has worked very hard with staff and has been before the DRC several times. And so the structural engineer's report does state that the building is not structurally sound, and therefore staff could support the demolition of the historic outbuilding based on the criteria and the guidelines.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McNeely?
Hi. Thank y'all for having me again. Much to our surprise, the building that we have been trying to work with for, I guess, 6 months is not structurally sound. From the foundation to the walls to the roof. All elements of that has been compromised, and we are asking to remove the structure and repurpose the materials, please, in new construction.
Okay. Comments? I think we've all looked at this before.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a couple questions. What was the engineer's take on what it would take to be able to make it structurally sound? I noticed a lot of emphasis. There is the comment that it's not currently structurally sound, but there was a lot of emphasis about it not being in a usable position on the lot, which I don't think was really something that, that, from my perspective, that's less of an engineering issue and more of just a consideration for the commission. But that was a lot of what was, it seemed like his focus was in the conclusion. So I was just curious, did he give any kind of an estimate of cost
No,
to
he did not.
rehabilitate? Was he asked
No.
to do that?
No.
Okay. What's staff's position on something I guess I've driven through that neighborhood many times as this has been going on, and I just feel like that outbuilding is so prominent and it's such a fabric of that neighborhood that it just concerns me. And so I'm just curious what staff's position is on any analysis of the engineering letter from a codes perspective or otherwise.
Well, I am definitely not a code official, and I certainly cannot give you any guidance in that respect. But reading the report, it does sound like it's pretty severe. The building itself does require alteration in order to be functional in any degree. As you recall, right now, it does have an opening that faces the neighbor very close to that property line because it used to serve as the garage for the neighboring building. So at the very least, that would need to be enclosed, and there would need to be some sort of a manhole opening, a pedestrian opening, or a garage door opening placed on the other side in order it to be functional for the current owner. It sounds to me, based on the report, that that isn't feasible. Now, the DRC did not ask the applicant to provide any sort of guidance to it based on, cost of rehabilitation versus removal and rebuild. The applicant doesn't intend to rebuild a structure in that place based on concerns of the topography of the site. So my comment would be that if the DRC feels so inclined that, estimations be required by the applicant, that'd be something you need to let them know now. But it does sound to me, based on my reading of it, again, no building code background, that it would be a severe difficulty in order to make that building functional as it's currently situated.
Well, and the engineer made the assumption that the right wall would become a new car entry, which is, I don't think, necessarily a given. I mean, there are two walls that are stone, and then one partial wall that has a garage door entrance, and then a back wall that is not stone. And the engineers made a presumption that because you can't use the left side, that necessarily you would put a garage door in the right side. So if that's a premise of I don't think that's a given. So I guess that if that's a premise of the report, part of my question would be, what's the analysis of structural stability without assuming you're going to put a garage door or garage bay on that right side of the structure? So I just have some questions about it.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if Mr. Garman could come to the meeting or not, but that might be helpful.
So it's my understanding that a car could not come through and turn into the rear of the building.
I don't know whether that's accurate or not.
So you would have to penetrate one of the two sidewall, the sidewall or the front wall. Again, you're 4 feet off of the ground because the structure went with the property next door. Our grade is much lower. So it is dirt underneath the poured concrete foundation. It has come away from the wall. The walls have no foundation underneath them. They were just built the old-fashioned way, like a dry stack onto grade. So for us to establish that we were going to keep the building, we would basically have to take it apart and rebuild it for it to be sound.
Has staff analyzed whether you could enter the back of the garage?
No, we have not. The review of demolitions for the sake of the building specifically, I think usability is something that's really important for the Historic Zoning Commission to understand when reviewing demolition, but we hadn't been asked to
I'm not
review
suggesting
a
you
turn
should
radius,
have, right?
yeah.
Or that it would be your job to do that
Yeah.
as in lieu of the
I
applicant. I'm just
believe
curious.
that the applicant feels that's the case because the building, the home itself to be constructed, pending Historic Zoning Commission approval, would have to be in the location where the turn radius would be compromised or intersected. But I don't have any
Sure.
evidence to
Yeah.
support that.
Okay.
But based on what I heard before in the meeting number one, this building, which does not serve this property now, it does not work at all in that location with what you want to do with your home that you want to build there.
Well,
We looked at that the first go-around in a rough idea, and it just doesn't work there. And I have been in that garage. It's in bad shape. There's no question about it, and I'm sure somebody could spend a lot of money and you could redo it, but it doesn't serve your purpose. And so I don't have any problem with it going down, coming down. And yes, we don't like to demolish. We say that we don't like to demolish, but it doesn't serve the purpose of the site that it sits now, which is, it's not the same property that it was when it went along with the site to the left.
Yes, sir.
So that's,
Yeah.
it makes sense for the building to
the-
come down, and I think I said that the first time we met, so.
And the alternative is that, because of the needs of the applicant, the alternative is to just let this building continue to go to waste, essentially. And the fact that they are planning to reuse the materials, these historic materials, in a way redeems the dreaded word demolish that
Yeah.
none of us like. It truly is a conundrum, this proposal. It has been from day one, but I get it. And to me, the most important thing is the engineer's assessment of the condition and the danger that it could pose to the community.
All right, Kathy, Mary, you got any comments?
Well, I guess I would just say this was sold as a buildable house lot
Yeah.
with this on it. So there would, in my mind, be several ways to look at financial hardship, besides the condition of the garage.
So I'm not following you. What do you?
Okay. If historic zoning contemplates historic financial hardship.
Right.
Then if you keep this and try to put a house around it,
Yeah,
that in itself,
it is a hardship.
in my mind,
Yeah, okay.
I'm not real happy with
No,
how
I'm-
it is.
no,
I think
okay, I'm with you. No, well, that's-
conundrum is a
That's
good
better
word.
stated than the way I stated it, but that,
Yeah.
and if, it is, it won't allow them to, I don't think it will allow them to do completely what they want to do with that property.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's particularly our responsibility for the applicant to do just exactly what they want to, but to do any building, I mean, to figure it out on a house lot is.
But you remember when Ms. McNeely came in the first time? It was
Yes.
contemplating that this building be utilized.
Yes.
As part of their overall
Yes.
plan.
Yes.
And it.
But
and after-
investigation showed that was,
Yeah. But after going by there today and seeing the garage that Reed has built there now, I think it's just, it's a little too much now. So with that accessory building being there. So, and in that condition, I think it needs to go. But-
Staff has met with Ms. McNeely several times, as well as her design professional on this property, and it was never her intention when she purchased this
Right.
property
Yeah.
to demolish this
Right.
building. In fact, she very, very passionately spoke about her intent to save it, and
Yes.
I know with all my heart that was her intent. She made it very clear to us, and I believe it's reluctantly that she's asking the commission to remove it because it is her design professional and her other professionals' recommendation that it cannot be reutilized. Now, I cannot answer the question about, if the structural engineer's report would stand if the assumption was that the garage entrance be on the rear as opposed to the right side. I think that's something that perhaps Ms. McNeely could ask the structural engineer to comment on. But as far as the integrity of the building as it is, it would have to be altered in order to be used, just because there is 3 walls. But the functionality of it is something important for them to understand, in order for them to understand if they can reutilize it as either a freestanding or an attached structure to what they assume is a property where they can build a house, and they have the right to do so.
Mr. Chair, given the hardship of the lot, the engineer's report, and the good faith effort of the applicant, I would have to vote yes to demolish.
Okay. Tyler?
Yeah, I agree that, after all the research, that it might be time to demolish this building. Even if access were found from some other place, it doesn't negate the fact that it has to be dismantled to be repaired, because what's left, even if you come in the back door, is apparently not stable, and you can see in the pictures that it's not. So I would think that, it's time to let it go, unfortunately.
Okay. Anything else on the demo?
I would just ask that it be photographed and given to archives and to staff, because it was a once upon a time very awesome garage.
Yeah. Well, that'll be a part of the record when she comes back for the final
Conditions.
approval. So, well, let's talk about the new construction then.
So what do y'all think?
I think staff has some comments. We can help frame the discussion if you'd like.
All right, let's do that.
Yes, so as I think everyone's kind of picked up on, the applicant would like to reuse some of the materials from the historic outbuilding. And that would be appropriate in light of the guidelines for this part of the historic district. The windows and fenestration pattern on the front of the house, also appropriate based on the street. And then the wing wall, even on the front elevation, seems to be, kind of paying homage to the historic outbuilding as well. However, looking at the streetscape here, which is a little difficult to see, but this is 111 here, then 115, and then 119 Winslow.
And Victoria, just to jump in to add some clarity, what the far left is the existing historic house that the Anderson family had added, approved, is adding an addition to right now. And then the third one is the infill construction that the commission approved a few months ago. And then on the far right is an existing condition that fronts Jasmine Hall.
Yeah.
Yes, but based on this streetscape imagery here, it cannot actually be determined if the height of this main part of the principal building is taller than this garage portion, because the measurement is coming from here rather than at grade. And it would appear that this is taller just based on the grade change here. Going back to this rendering here, the placement of the principal portion of the building and the placement of the garage portion of the building are in typical locations, but the guidelines do recommend that garages be detached or have the appearance of being detached. Additionally, the upper level portion of this connector that would be connecting the main part of the principal to the garage portion, it's not typical to the historic district or to the HPO in general. And that includes this wide dormer piece and the fenestration pattern. There's also a covered porch and a fairly prominent chimney in front of the garage as well, and those are not typical for garage forms. And if you look on this page, it starts to read a little bit more as a motor court rather than a garage, which again is not typical to the district.
So Victoria, would you mind pointing out, to give some perspective, the top is the property line at Miles Manor, the top of the screen. Okay, and then the driveway. Okay, and then the covered porch area. And then the garage it's connected to. Okay.
Okay. Comments?
Can we go back to the previous rendering, the one showing, yeah, that one. So my only comment is pretty much reiterating what Victoria said. The left side of this rendering seems appropriate and consistent with the other homes in the area. The right side seems massive, and especially the chimney portion, as well as the dormer on that garage roof.
Okay, who's next?
I'll go. I agree. I think the home looks lovely and in context. That whole kind of portico share that's not really a portico share that's connecting to the garage, that seems completely out of context to me. And I have some concerns about the height of the roof and the size of that chimney and that open front porch. So that, consistent with Commissioner Markart, the part on the left seems very consistent. The portion on the right is that's concerning.
Who else?
I would concur with what's been said. I think when it comes back to the board, we would want a true measurement on the height to understand it in the context of the other houses.
And so the streetscape, I do have some measurements. And the architect said that this was in keeping.
Okay.
So it's no higher than Reed's.
And Ms. McNeely, I think what Victoria was noting is that in order to be eligible for a building permit, grade aside, if they were sitting on even grade, the garage has to be shorter than the house.
And so, let me ask this, because we were hoping to be able to step down on the right side, and it would be like a garden in front of that right side, step down to address the grade, so that the grade would not be so high on the right side, looking over Danny and Teresa Anderson. Do you go by grade, or do you go by the roof lines, the ridge lines?
It's my understanding that the zoning portion of the Building and Neighborhood Services Department figures out the height from grade to roof line and compares that height for the garage to the same elements on a principal structure. So apples to apples, if it's on the same grade, the garage still has to be shorter than the house. That grade is not compensatory in order to meet that zoning ordinance requirement, or does not compensate to allow for it to.
But grade there is, for that garage, is not going to be the same as the house.
It's not.
It slopes pretty dramatically.
It does.
And
So
that is, I
8
understand
feet
that.
to be exact.
I'm concerned about the drainage there.
Yeah, because that would then make the garage, if you're measuring from grade to roof, much taller than the home, which I think is your challenge. If the and that's not even that's a building services issue,
Well,
right?
right now, it appears that streetscape, the garage is almost as tall, if not as tall as the house.
And then you take into account grade, and it makes it even taller.
Exactly. So it may be that the garage has to be shortened anyway in order for it to meet all the requirements of the city in order to be eligible for a building permit. But we will confirm that exactly with BNS and get that information to Ms. McNeely and her design professional so that she can take that into account as they look through their options. But that would require, unfortunately for the applicant, the upper story breezeway connector to be removed. But I do believe that's what staff's recommendation would be in order to be consistent with the context of the street and with the intent of the design guidelines.
I'd like to say there is merit in preserving the topography as they're showing this.
Absolutely. Yes.
So are you suggesting maybe that they make the main structure a little wider and then put the garage in the back as a detached, or?
That was a suggestion that staff made to the applicant previously, yes. I'm not necessarily suggesting that that's how they approach this. There are more than one ways to approach this, but I understand that that's not something that was as desirable to the applicant.
I may be wrong in thinking through all this, but when we first started meeting with the architect and we got over the shock of not being able to work with the garage, one of our main objectives was to be in keeping with the scale of the houses there. And so the house is just a two-bedroom house. It's my understanding that the primary.
Our new word.
Our new word. Primary is to be upstairs because we wanted to fit into the scale of the neighborhood. And so I believe that the connector with the dormer was to connect so that the primary living space suite could include some more of the things that you need in a house. Again, we were most concerned about the footprint not being too large for the lot and the neighborhood. And so that's why we broke it up like we did and utilizing to the right above the garage. The fireplace or the chimney, I believe that's what they call maybe an architect doodah, or I'm not sure that would be the case, that it would have a prominent chimney like that. I mean, if you approved it. I'm just saying that we have not gotten that far. We just wanted to get to this point with some blessings.
Just something to consider. So the way currently the garage is configured, you have to actually back into a little alcove in order then to pull forward. And that seems kind of awkward to me. I mean, there might be a better way to have your garage that would be safer and easier to navigate.
Where?
Well, I mean, on the property, if you configured the house more to the front and then your garage to the back.
So the garage,
So what is the depth of this lot? I mean, I don't see that on the plans. Do you know, what are your dimensions?
our front footage, our front footage is 91 feet. At the back, it's 94 feet. And the depth is maybe 130-ish.
So what you see on the screen, Mr. Laster, is the buildable area shown in the box inside, and Victoria can outline that. And keep in mind that's buildable area for a primary structure on the lot. If the garage were to be fully detached, it can go much closer to the rear of the lot. It can be within 5 feet of the property line. Now, I'm not saying that's what should happen. There's a lot of things to consider with that, but the buildable space would be different if it were two detached structures as opposed to one connected structure.
Thank you very much.
Good clarification. Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Looking at the streetscape, I mean, I think I agree with what others have said about the scale of the garage building. We're tasked with viewing this in scale with everything else, and even within itself as well. And that term subservient comes up with the outbuilding versus the house, and even looking at this front view, the width of the outbuilding is almost the same as the width of the house, and so you end up with these masses that are equivalent, even though there's some grade change. They're the same block next to each other. I think we had this discussion with somebody else's project last week. The garage was a whole house, and so you know, I'm again, don't want to presume to be anybody's designer, because I'm not, but it may behoove you to do a wider house in the front and use up some more of the front width of your lot and create some space in behind to attach the garage if that's what you really want, or just go ahead and detach it. But I haven't seen some compelling evidence that there's some really great reason to shoehorn this house all the way to one side and make it really skinny and long. I think the light would be beautiful because you have a real thin house and lots of windows, and so you'd get great light. And I think the rendering's beautiful. The 3D rendering shows the porte-cochere has these wing walls, but the plan doesn't show that.
No, and I felt almost it was presumptuous to show y'all this. It's a concept
Yeah.
at this point.
Sure. But yeah, I mean, it might benefit you to widen things out a little bit and pull things forward, just from, you know, you're just going to keep running up against challenges with height and other issues as it relates to drive and ingress, egress with a car and how you get in and out of garage doors. And I know you'd probably like to attach the two buildings, and the only way that's probably going to happen is if you actually attach them with no porte-cochere, I would guess.
And so, when you say attach, it has to be on grade, it has to be attached? It can't be in the air?
I don't see that in this neighborhood. Maybe I'm the only one, but when I drive through, I don't see anybody else with this porthole you drive through, which is a porte-cochere. And I work on lots of houses with porte-cocheres, but none of them like this that attach to an outbuilding. We see a lot of freestanding porte-cocheres that you drive under. There's nothing on the other side of it. It's an open porch you can stop under. We don't see this configuration in historic neighborhoods.
Okay.
And I work in a lot of historic neighborhoods. I don't know that I've ever seen it.
Well, we want to
Yeah, so,
do what we need to do.
So, I guess, is this house, you're saying, set further back than the other houses? Because
no,
the
I think it's
street-
just real skinny and long.
Real skinny
Yeah.
and back, got it.
Yeah, and so there's nowhere to
Yeah.
hide a garage necessarily.
Yeah, I got it.
The depth of your
Yeah.
house as designed has eaten up most of the buildable area, and the back of the house plan is your closet. And you have no space to put a garage back there. If the house is widened out and some of that programmatic space shuffles to create that space, you might be better off in the long run.
So Amanda and Victoria, can Jeff call and y'all discuss this? Thank you.
Okay, anybody got anything else? Well, let's keep trying, Ms. McNeely. We're gonna get there.
Okay. So do I go before you guys again for a formal vote?
We'll speak with you tomorrow, but essentially you'll need a formal vote on demolition.
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't sound like you're quite ready to move forward with the new construction, so it's up to you. You could come to Historic Zoning next month to ask for demolition approval if you'd
Okay.
like, or you can wait to do it all at one time.
Okay, thank y'all.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank
you.
y'all for
Thank you.
agonizing with me on this.
Yeah,
It's
Okay.
gonna be beautiful.
Oh,
it will.
It's pretty as presented.
Ms. McNeely moved the house that was on the battlefield, and it's remarkable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're ready for number 10, discussion of principal building alterations, partial demolition, roof lines, porch enclosure, window and entrance openings, chimneys, et cetera.
Good
121 Miles Manor.
Who are these crazy people showing up today? My goodness.
We saved the best for last.
Well,
So-
thanks for your patience.
I'll help.
Last but
Absolutely.
not least, huh?
Our pleasure.
I'll help frame the discussion so we can be more focused. When Scott Harrop, the architect who wasn't able to be here today, brought this to me, he said it would be new construction of a garage and pergola. And I found a number of other things that I wanted us to talk about as well. So if you all recall, the Cashes have been to the Historic Zoning Commission before and the DRC to talk about adding onto this home. Now, unfortunately, this isn't a situation where you, I need to show my screen. Okay, here's the home. It's at an intersection of Mayberry Court and Miles Manor. So this is just a street over from Miss McNeely, which we were just discussing momentarily ago. So here's the front of the house.
My kids left the trash cans out. I'm sorry about that.
This was from a year ago, so it's been a,
It might have been trash day.
It might have been.
it was
a Monday.
It may have been. So here is the frontage onto Miles Manor Court, and you can see the new road here, Mayberry Court. So the conversation previously was about adding, and you can see that the house, the historic portions, you know, likely here, the brick portion, you can see the sided portion added. Unfortunately, this has met the guidelines recommendation and exceeded the guidelines recommendation for the size that should be added to in a principal building in a historic district. So the guidance given by the DRC was that an additional portion to be added to this building would not be supported. In fact, the DRC suggested if more space is needed, consider a detached garage, accessory structure of some type, and that's exactly what they brought forward today. They've also brought forward a number of fenestration and roofline changes for this east elevation, which faces Mayberry Court. That's the only elevation we've received. I don't know if the Cashes intend to alter any other facades, but we'd like to talk about that today. And they've also included something they included in the past was a pool deck. Now you can see the grade change substantially. There is a basement level here. The driveway goes to the basement where the garage is. And so they'd like a pool deck behind the building, which we need to discuss the height and what that would mean for the streetscape. So my recommendation for the DRC is to kind of take this one by one, talk about the garage, talk about the pool deck, and then talk about the house, or any order that you would see fit. So Jim, how would you like to proceed?
What you just said, garage, pool deck, and house.
All right, so we'll pull that up, and I'll turn it over to Scott and Michelle so they can elaborate a little bit.
Thank y'all. No, you're tired. So, I mean, our heart has been to just stay in this home, and we want to make it work for our family of 7, and we love it. We absolutely love the neighborhood and love the house, and we've been there for 12 years and have no desire to leave. So we try to get creative to kind of figure out how do we get everything out of the house that we don't need in the house and put it in this accessory structure. So it's showing as a one-car garage right there, potentially. We don't really even care that much about having a garage necessarily. That ideally would be a place where we could have just some things that we can get out of the house. So we would love to have a one-car garage there, to be honest with you. Really probably for kids' bikes more than vehicles. But that's the hope for that. So it is within those rear setbacks. And then there's a pergola between the accessory structure and the main house right there. And that's, it's somewhat self-explanatory, and I wish Scott was here to explain more, but he couldn't be here this evening. So you guys have any questions particular about that I could answer?
But this is running parallel to the side street, right?
It's perpendicular to the side street.
So to give you some,
yeah, orient me then
this
to that.
is Mayberry Court,
all right, okay,
and
I
this
got
is Miles Manor. The main historic entrance is here, and this is the width of the house, and this is the width of the garage.
Okay, got it. Okay.
So I can jump in here and give some comments. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can kind of see.
That's better.
This might help a little bit too. So the front elevation is here. and this is the garage. So the guidelines would recommend that garages be incidental and subordinate to the principal structures. This is proposed as a single story, which is fantastic. That scale is entirely appropriate for the building. You can see the historic portion of the building in this area. This is what has been added on. You can see the alterations they're proposing. We'll get to those momentarily. But the main concern with the outbuilding as rendered is that it is significantly wider than the frontage of the building. So this is the frontage, and then this is the width of the outbuilding. If you recall, there was another application that we discussed this evening where that was the case, and so the applicant appeared tonight to lessen the width in order to be a little bit more in keeping with the intent of the guidelines. I'm not sure if this is outside of what the zoning ordinance would permit, but it's certainly outside of the recommendations of the design guidelines for the width. I think that this, I hate to say that because the scale is so appropriate, but it may be more appropriate to have a 1.5 story accessory structure that has a much smaller footprint. The pergola would probably need to be freestanding between the two so it doesn't physically connect the two.
Yeah, it is freestanding. It's hard to say on there, but he knew that.
But the pergola, I think, is entirely appropriate.
And again, you guys, I mean, so if you kind of head north, I guess, on that, right there, we have that, we own an extra lot next door to our house. It's 1/3 of an acre right there. And we just don't want to build a house there. I mean, we would love to preserve that as green space for our neighborhood, for the view when you come around the corner from Winslow to Miles Manor, you can see the barn, and so that's why we've just tried to make this house work. And to be honest, like, it's where our memories are. It's where our kids have grown up, and we don't want to build, but that would be our last resort, is to build a house on that lot, that vacant lot next door. So we're trying to avoid that at all costs, and we'd be happy to, if that accessory structure needed to be 1.5 stories, that would be great. But we're open.
Okay, let's deal with the garage first. Comments on the garage?
Well, when you come back to historic zoning for approval, I'd want to show it in the context of the houses down the street, some photographs or something.
But Mayberry or the...
Yes, Mayberry Court.
Okay.
Yes, because then my comment would be if we could scoot the swimming pool over some, and if, like the other applicant did, there could be a break in all that length of that building.
All right, let's just deal with the garage first.
Well, you're going to have to, that will require moving the pool. That's why I said that.
Did you say that you didn't feel strongly about a 1-car versus a 2? This is a 2-car garage.
It's a 1-car.
Oh, it is.
Because it's a side entry. It's only 15 feet wide.
Oh,
Right.
I see.
So you
Oh.
could only get 1 car in there.
Oh, okay.
So if
Or
there
2
could-
tiny cars.
I was suggesting if there could be some kind of break between that front 1-car garage and the back. Right,
So it's not one long wall.
one long wall.
Right.
Yeah.
So what Ms. Pierce means by that is that, you see this is one long plane. It might be that this juts
Oh, I
forward
gotcha.
more, or this juts forward more, and so that there is a physical break in this wall, so it's not as long. Because these folks are going to experience this in front of their house,
Sure.
which
And,
can be.
and just so you guys know, the accessory dwelling, the accessory structure for us we've not spent much time fine tuning it. We just wanted
Yeah,
to show it
gotcha.
and talk with you guys about it. It's really.
This is
even-
really conceptual, and it's
Yeah.
for them to understand their options moving forward. So they didn't want to spend a lot of time doing elevations
Right.
unless they knew that their forms and placement would be acceptable, which I think is entirely appropriate for you to do. We encourage that.
So Mary, what's your thoughts on the 1.5 story?
I think the way it looks now is
Okay, all
awesome
right.
personally.
I agree. I agree with that. In fact, the 1-story,
Yeah, it's a
the way the
I love
architect has
it.
this drawn, it's very pleasing to the eye aesthetically. And I would try to stick with that 1 story.
Yeah, balances, it's a really nice counterpart to the round window gable you have in the front, because they seem similar in scale. And as your roof from the front of your house tapers up a couple steps and then tapers back down, it's a nice stop, because it's the bookend. Whereas
Yeah.
if it's a story and a half, we're gonna be headed down in scale and then jump back up next to the neighbor. I like the 1.5 story, and I would even say I like it enough to probably give you a break on some of that length. I still think
Yeah.
the thing's a little too long. If some of those rooms in the carriage house is, one's labeled office, one's labeled carriage house, we're saying garage, are we just calling it?
Ideally, what we would have in there would be a guest room, a office, and a fitness room.
Yeah, so it's like, if you could lose a foot out of each of the big rooms or something, it's gonna go a long way. I mean, it's 57 foot 9 inches long. That's a big one. But you need the space, I
We'd love
understand.
for it to not to be only 15 feet deep, but it's kind of, if we want to have the pergola and with the scale from what Scott was showing us, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to try to make it deeper.
And when your architect comes back with drawings, if he does a rendering of different views of the house, as you come around the corner there on Miles Manor Court, I'd like to see how it looks coming back from the pool view into that area and how that addition appears as you
I want
come
to
around
make
the
sure I
corner.
understand what you're saying. So if you're at Jasmine Grove, you're saying?
That's right.
Okay.
And you're coming around the corner, the curve that's there, and you see
Right.
that's where the pool's going to be in that corner.
Right.
How does that view actually look from that? What do you see?
Okay.
All right, Josh?
I'll say, I think this doesn't bother me. Obviously, I think it would be good to break up that long back wall for a lot of reasons. But the fact that this is wider than your home, given the site and setting, it just feels distinguishable to me from the other one we were talking about earlier, where it was, the width of that back garage was almost as wide as the home. This site and setting feels different to me. So that feels okay. And I like the scale of the 1 story as opposed to cramming it in and making it 1.5 stories. I think that is going to read better for the whole area. So that doesn't, I think there's some things to break that up. So, and I think seeing the rendering from next step where we can look at the front of the house or that angle and see how does it play. Because when we see it that way, we may say, whoa, that really looks like.
And our hope, honestly, is from the front, even with the pool, hopefully how that retaining wall would be, our hope is from the front, kind of looks exactly like it does right now. That's our goal, It's easier said than done, but that's the plan.
I'm kind of guessing because of the terrain that could be true. That house, you all represents, it was a really hard fight to save that house. And I feel like the 1-story, 1 car is kind of a nod to the smaller scale the house was.
Yeah.
And the way we had your pool and the addition, so I agree with Tyler. I think there should be some leeway on the length because it does create this courtyard. And I'd call that a garage and pool house. almost.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, there's a pool bath over there.
It creates this, like I said, this courtyard area that's private.
So you're all hitting on something that's really interesting, and I think it separates it from other situations in that this is a corner lot, and it's how you perceive the garage in relation to the house. You're perceiving a single bay in relation to the side elevation as opposed to the front elevation, where you may not experience much of it at all. So I would tend to agree in that respect, but I do want to talk about the pool deck because I do think that has some implications. This is not a typical deck height. This is pretty substantial. So I'd like for the Cashes, if they could, to speak to a little bit about what that might look like from the Miles Manor Street view, how tall you're expecting this wall to be on which to put the pool.
Yeah, I wish our last submission had that view, and unfortunately it would take me longer than probably everyone would want to spend right now to chase it down in my email folders. can't remember the height of that wall, but again, our yard slopes toward that direction. So really, I mean, the option is stepping down. I know, listen, I am so green about construction, it's not even funny, but the option would be to create the grade change. If you needed to, you could create the grade change earlier and have steps down to the pool deck, if that makes sense. But I honestly, I don't want to speak if I don't know if it's 4 feet or 8 feet, to be honest with you guys.
So the reason I bring it up is because there, like I said, there is a basement level where the garage is currently, and I believe that their intent is to keep that space, whether it's to house cars or whatever, that you would see the pool deck from this view at the end of the driveway. And it was probably the full height of the basement, if I had to guess, which is whatever the grade is down here up to the finished floor, the first floor. Is that fair?
My wife's recollection was that it's 4 feet at the end. It would be the highest level is 4 feet.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, he had done research on how tall it would have to be to not have to put a fence all around it, because that was also not desirable looking. And so he had said it needed to be at least 4 feet to not have a fence, and then we could landscape all that so that it wouldn't really be seen or so.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand, because maybe I'm not quite understanding, and forgive me. So the deck it's a retaining wall, and you're calling it a retaining wall, so I'm sorry, I can't get a nice view here.
It won't let you in.
So
I'm getting dizzy.
is it a big slab, like 4-foot slab, and then the pool goes on top of that, or is it a retaining wall, and behind it, your pool will be at grade? I think it's the first.
I want to make sure I understand the difference between the first and the second. from what
Okay,
you're saying.
so
Can you
what-
pull up the aerial view of the drawings?
Sure. So it's my understanding from the last discussion is that you want this pool to be the same grade as the house.
No, because it would step down.
It's going to step down.
Before you get to if you go right around there.
Okay.
My understanding, at least from talking to Scott, is that, because it steps down now, that you would step down off of what is currently the porch, which would become the kitchen if we were to be able to do it. I'm sorry, it would become the living room. It steps down right there.
Okay, so we have the submittal from last time that we can pull up, but
Okay.
Victoria's found it.
But yeah, so, I mean,
Okay.
You can't, you can't go.
So,
Well, we need
you
you
direct the mic.
to instruct me, because this is all being filmed for
oh,
television, so they can't see, the viewers on the computer can't see
I
it.
got you. Yeah, so the last submission, if you remember, it was different because it had that, we were trying to add that master bedroom wing over there on the right side. So
Correct.
the pool actually got moved
I see.
east.
But it's the same concept.
so when you say it's 4 feet, is that creating your wall like for security so that you can have it, so you don't have to worry about a kid dropping in it? So you're not building, the 4 feet is not grade for like standing on the pool. You've got basically a 4-foot rock or whatever type of wall you've got there. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, if you had to the right, that far right corner, in the picture we just saw, the far right corner of the pool is 4 feet above grade.
The top of the pool is 4 feet above grade?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay.
It looks just like that previous image we were just looking at, except it's not 8 feet tall, it's 4 feet tall in the pools.
Yeah, because if you had, I'm sorry, if you had left to the, sorry, I want to get my bearings here. If you had left to the living room, so keep going left. Oh, this is the previous, this is the previous drawings. If we could go back to the current ones.
Oh, the current ones, okay.
Is the top of the wall level with the deck of the pool?
That's a great way to put it. That's what we've been trying to figure out.
Creating your fence.
Oh.
You see what I mean?
You don't have to have
Gotcha.
a fence on top of the
Touchdown.
wall. It's to keep
that
people
is-
from outside from getting in. Not
Yeah, so our understanding is if it's 4 feet or less, you don't have to have that wall be taller than the pool. So the pool's at grade.
So what's the answer?
And then where it really would step down, I believe, is in that patio area, right there, yep. You'd be stepping down
Kathy, you got a question?
right there.
No, what was the answer? Is the top of the wall, the retaining wall for the pool, level with the deck?
Yes, that's our understanding. I understand that
So those
question
little
now.
steps are going up to the 4 feet, and then you've just got a pool with a little bitty edge of the retaining wall. So the pool's here, and the retaining wall doesn't go any higher.
Correct,
It's here,
correct.
and then this is 4 feet.
Yes, ma'am.
So you'll kind of have an infinity pool.
For a lot less money than an actual one.
But
Yeah,
if you're,
that's-
if you're
That's
standing on that pool
interesting.
deck, you're gonna be standing 4 feet above the grade on the other side,
I
Yes.
believe so,
and no fence.
correct.
No, and no fence.
That's, don't hold me to that, that's my understanding. Then we, obviously, we would landscape the entire way.
They plant
It
bushes to
doesn't-
fall into.
I
Yeah,
can't,
it doesn't make sense for,
no.
no, we'd have to have something, because we can't have people just toppling. over the
There is
side.
a requirement, for a pool permit, there has to be a security boundary, whether that's a fence or a wall that is at least 4 feet in height.
Well, I think at this stage of the game, when they come back, we need to see specifically
Yes.
what's going to be in that
That's right.
location.
There's too many
Walls,
unknowns.
fences, visibility from Miles Manor and wherever else.
If you do have to put a
That
fence on top of that
We need to
deck,
see
what's
that.
it look like?
Yeah,
So-
and I agree. I think for us, we've been through so much just trying to figure out what we can do.
Yeah, I understand, I
So we-
understand.
I'm sorry we don't have.
No, no, no,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
that's
we
fine.
get
That's
it.
why we're having this kind of a discussion, so it, but you know what, you kind of know what we're looking at
Yes,
going forward.
We understand, yes,
So,
we get that.
let's,
So we're going to project on the screen now. This is the old one, and I know this is with the proposed addition that's no longer in place, but this is what we'd like to see, a rendering from this view, from Miles Manor, where that wall is in relation to the house and how that pool is situated.
Got it.
Okay.
yep.
Does that help everyone? Is that what you're missing?
Yes,
Okay.
with whatever the final choice is, that's what we need to see depicted.
And also include the new addition of the garage, pool house, exercise room, because we'll see that in the back with the pool. and So it'll
Totally
line
understand.
everything up from your main entrance to the
Yes.
house elevation.
All right,
From your neighbors.
yes, and you talked, Ms. Pierce talked about from, looking at it from Mayberry Street,
Correct.
in that context.
Got it.
With those houses, that'll be interesting. All right, the house. Let's talk about the house.
Okay, so I'll kind of explain what I've noted and
like to
and then let the applicants speak to it. So the main differences that you see, you can see, I'm going to try to make this as big as I can when you still see both. You see the existing elevation on the right, and this is the east elevation facing Mayberry Court as a reminder, so that the front entry is on the wall that's over here.
Okay.
As you all know, this is the historic portion of the house, and then this was an addition. What the applicant's proposing to do is make some modifications, and if I recall correctly, the design professional for the caches had indicated that it was just things to try to make it feel a little bit more nuanced to the neighborhood. So you can see there are a number of places where the fenestration's proposed to change. The only place that I see on the what I believe to be the historic portion is right here. And then underneath this porch area. So the design guidelines would not recommend altering the window openings or removing historic windows on historic portions of the building that are visible from the street. So this wouldn't necessarily be supported by the guidelines. Now, when we're talking about the addition, I think that's a whole other discussion. The main things I want to point out is that the roof line is proposed to change. It does concern me a bit theoretically that the addition is now even taller than the historic structure, but however, this is an existing condition, and they are trying to make roof lines that are a little bit more in keeping stylistically with the neighborhood. So it's not a emphatic yes that staff would support the roof line alteration, but I do think that because of the existing conditions being as they are, that it could be appropriate. The other changes include, just this area here. This appears to be a screened porch being added with an entrance here, and the pergola kind of tying into from here into this area. So there's also some chimneys proposed to be added, one here, and all that kind of ties into the carriage house area that's proposed. So generally speaking, staff would not support any sort of modification to fenestration on the historic portion of the house. We would like to hear your feedback on the roofline alteration on this non-historic portion. I don't support, in light of the guidelines, having a wall dormer that is facing the street here. This appears to be a small wall dormer. What I mean by that, Scott and Michelle, is that the dormer sits on the face of the wall. It's not sitting on the roof. This is a way that people get a little bit more head height, and historically dormers sit on a roof and they're not sitting on the wall.
Okay.
We can certainly recap this in an email that you can share with
Sure,
Scott.
that's great.
Okay. That's all I have for the moment.
What about the screen porch?
So when we were here last, you guys had mentioned that while we couldn't change the footprint of the home, we could enclose the porch that we currently have, the covered porch. So it's just enclosing that.
Oh,
It's actually, so it's not a screen porch. It would be glass,
Okay.
all windows. That would be our living room now, if we were to be able to do this. So that would be the living room, and then the fireplace is in the back of the living room.
And it already sits there.
It's there, yes, ma'am. It's just can we pull up the pictures of the house,
Sure.
possibly?
The fireplace isn't there, but the porch.
Correct.
Porch is there,
Yeah,
right?
so you can, yeah, it was right there. You see that porch. So we wouldn't be changing the footprint. We would just be enclosing that.
And that location would be supported by the guidelines. Forgive me, I couldn't tell if it was screened or
Sure,
glassed.
yeah.
I think the intent's still the same there for the support. Thank you.
Okay, comments?
With Amanda on adding that window, I understand that you probably want more light in that area, but it's a dramatic change to the original facade. And how old is the addition?
It was, I believe it was begun in 2007 and finished in 2008.
Okay.
And so I'd love to know from you guys. I've tried to find this out, like when our neighborhood went into the historic overlay, when our house did.
I would be glad to tell that story at some point.
And the addition of the awning to the original home as well, if that's an awning, I can't really tell, but that changes the front facade.
Where is that?
Is that an awning? No, on the right?
On the original.
Yeah.
There are the
In the
only
mid-
change to the original is that
Oh.
one window would
okay.
become, so actually, Amanda, that
that.
where you are right
Yeah,
now, on
yeah.
the right is what it currently looks like.
Oh, okay.
That is what it is
Okay,
now. The
all right.
only change on the original structure would be that one window to the left of where you are.
Right, right.
Okay.
Ideally becoming those three windows.
There's a note that your architect made that said that these would be modified.
Yeah, the playroom note says that there's one window and one door, and
No,
it's
it's
gonna be
three
two
windows.
windows and one door.
I'm sorry, it's, the playroom is two windows and one door. and
Okay.
It would remain that.
Okay.
And then ideally, if we possibly could, it would be a huge gift to take that one window to three.
Yeah.
Because that's our dining room in the new, and right now, that's a high window where a kitchen is. And ideally, in this new layout, that's the dining room.
And I agree with Amanda about that little dormer. It just, it seems to interrupt the lines and the design of the home in general. That's all I have to say.
And I'm just looking at the photograph, and it looks like that little side porch from the playroom does just have one window and one door. I mean, the actual photograph with the truck in it that's submitted.
Maybe I'm losing my mind.
You live there?
Maybe it is just one window. Okay, I'm sorry, I thought it was two.
Well, Mr. Chair, the concern that I would have is where the roof is being raised. We have been very compliant with the guidelines on anyone doing that, so I would want to see it if it's raised, some definition between, if it's just a little, between how it is now and what's proposed on the roof line.
So Ms. Pierce, I'm not sure I follow.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying in terms
Yeah.
of, and I agree, altering this roof line just exaggerates that this is the main portion of the building as opposed to
Yes.
this. But you're saying meet somewhere in the middle between what's proposed and what is currently? Okay.
I know we've shown sensitivity to historic structures and raising the roof line on those, but this is from 2007.
It is, and I'm thinking about that also. That's why I would give some on it.
And actually, you know, to me, the past additions are somewhat muddled.
It was,
to
so
the
I'm
historic.
good with, yes.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, we would love to make we see the 2007 edition in some ways as a mistake. We'd love to remedy it as much as we can and make it feel.
I just think that particular feature almost exaggerates it personally, but
Comments made about windows on the historic part, I have to agree with. The wall dormer. But otherwise, I think your architect has done a really good job of trying to pull everything together in a nice sight
I
line.
agree.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
I agree
Go
with
ahead.
everybody for the most part. The window change is hard because we're trying to protect this historic house, and that's one of the very few things that haven't been kind of piddled with yet. Even like the round window over there, I'm like, that's not original. But it's playful. I don't mind the roof changes. I don't mind the wall dormer. I know that's like a bad word around here. I don't know why. There's Cape Cods, thousands of them that have wall dormers all over the United States.
It's
And-
awfully small.
Yeah, it could be.
It is, a lot of them were. That doesn't bother me, except that this is not a Cape Cod. Your house is decidedly Tudor. And the back's not decidedly Tudor, and I think that's probably why y'all are like, it's kind of a weird thing on the back of our house. So that part doesn't bother me. I like everything I'm seeing, but and I like the 3 windows in the dining room, but we're tasked with being protective of what's left, which is just that side and the front, really.
I believe that's the only window.
Yeah, it's like, this is all that's left. It's the remnant.
There are lots of bricks, but one window.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not even sure that window is. I think it might be, because that. Oh, okay. Yep.
Okay,
great.
anything else? We're done.
Heck of a marathon for you guys.
Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
so
it.
just to recap, just to make sure I've got everything, we are asking for streetscapes from Mayberry Court and from the curve right there from Miles Manor from Jasmine Grove onto this portion of the street, so we can understand the pool grade relationship to the rest of the structure and how that carriage house would look from that angle. And then also, addressing the carriage house, the facade break is sort of necessary in order to support that length. Keeping that 1 story is important. And then on the house itself, the alterations are generally supported on the non-historic portion, but not on the historic portion. Sound good?
Just one question for you guys about that wall dormer. I mean, if you take that away, that is a lot of roof. So is the suggestion not to get rid of it, but to move it? I just want to make sure I understand as we can convey to Scott what the suggestion would be with that wall dormer.
Well, there are some extraordinary Tudor dormers. So if you wanted to tie it together, I mean, I'm sure your architect.
Sure.
I think that what your architect's going for is one of those wall dormers that are typical of Tudors, but I think the scale and nuance of it is not quite meeting that way. So what we're wanting to do is connect the style of the historic house to this addition. You guys are doing an excellent job trying to do that, but I think that dormer just needs to be addressed slightly differently.
Okay, great. All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Scott, Oh, we've got to
All
move
right.
to adjourn, right?
Yeah, move to adjourn. But one comment, though, I understand that Ms. Hensley has got a new achievement to announce in a couple of weeks. She's going to share it now, so I don't have to try to.
Yes, so in a couple weeks, on May 7th, I will be graduating finally with my PhD.
Yay!
PhD. So we'll call you Dr. Hensley.
Please don't. Doctor?
Congratulations.
That's great. Good job.
All right, move to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.